We did, starting with Public Works Administration. Well, he'll ask about the narrative and how you doing and stuff like that. What? Not reading it, you're just gonna say, highlights of it.
And then let people.
Good morning, everyone. Please join us in a salute to the flag.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Yeah, you wish.
More snow tonight.
Or is it tomorrow? Tomorrow night.
Just checking, making sure you guys are paying attention.
We're up on the weather.
5 to 10 inches.
Maybe it'll wash out like it did last week.
That's on me.
It usually does.
Pursuant to Section 5, Chapter 231, Public Laws 1975, this is to state for the record that adequate notice of this meeting has been provided to the public by posting and maintaining the annual notice of regular meetings on the bulletin board of the Municipal building, by mailing the annual notice of regular meetings for 2015 to the News Record and Star Ledger in December 2014, and by filing said notice in the office of the Township Clerk Elizabeth Fritzen.
Jay Fritzen.
J. Fritzen, the third.
Mr. Brownlee. Mrs. Larrier.
Here.
Mr. Leventhal. Here. Mr. Ryan.
He's here.
Mayor DeLuca.
Here.
Whereas Chapter 231, Public Laws of 1975, commonly known as the Open Public Meetings Act, requires that all meetings of public bodies be open to the public, and whereas Section 7 provides that the governing body has the discretion to prohibit or regulate the active participation of the public at any meeting, and whereas the desire of this governing body to comply with the provisions of this act, same time to conduct its business in an orderly and expeditious manner, now therefore be resolved by the Township Committee, Township of Maplewood, does hereby prohibit, except as set forth in a formal agenda, active participation in the deliberations of the governing body by the public, and except as otherwise prescribed by law, does limit the public to the observations of the actions and discussions of the governing body at all of its regular and special meetings.
Second.
Mr. Brownlee, Mrs. Larrier,
Yes.
Ms. Leventhal.
Yes.
Mr. Ryan. Yes. Mayor DeLuca.
Yes, good morning, everyone. Welcome to our second budget hearing of 2015. Today is January 31st, and we are going to hear from Public Works, Engineering, Planning and Zoning, Finance, Tax and Sewer Collection, the Clerk and Township Committee, Administration, Human Resources, Redevelopment, Legal, and Information Technology. We'll have a break. Actually, we'll have a break earlier on today, and then we'll have lunch around noon. We'll come back after lunch, do the library, Open Space Trust Fund, Community Coalition on Race, YouthNet, and we'll talk about the capital budget. This year, we have instituted a public participation from home. If you happen to be watching us, we have the ability for you to ask questions via email. And what is the email? Ask the TC at twp.maplewood.nj.us, and we have it up on the screen, and we will put it up on the screen. So again, if you hear something or you have a question, please email us. Will come to me. I will ask whoever's making that presentation at that time. You can ask during the department that's you're hearing, so you don't have to wait till the end. At the end, though, we will have a public comment period, and if anyone wants to share public comment through the internet, or if you want to put on 15 layers of clothes and come down here because it's pretty cold this morning. It's not too bad in here, though. Thank you for keeping it warm. Were you here putting coal on the fire last night, Mr. Manning? Thank you.
Yes, I was.
Thank you. Bob Cratchit. Very good.
Yes.
Thank you. All right. So,
Did you just call him Bob Cratchit?
yes. So, without further ado, morning, sir. Morning. We have Mr. Calvin Bell, who is our new DPW director. We welcome you.
Thank you.
And you have been tested already. First 60 days, you've had a near blizzard, And now we're scheduled to get some more snow, but because they said it's gonna be passing, it'll probably be the 10 inches and more, right?
Mr. Bell, I recall you assuring us during your interview that there would be no snow if we hired you, so we're a little disappointed.
I don't recall saying that, but I'm doing the best that I can.
So the way this works is we've had the opportunity to look at your information, your narrative, and the various sheets for each line item. So what we'll ask you to do is to give us, I know you were only here 1 month in 2014, but if you can give us a little bit of a sense of what might have been accomplished in 2014, what your goals are in 2015, and then we'll go through your, see if anyone has any questions on your expenses, and then we'll go to your capital budget. You have a number of items, I think 7, and you have no personnel items, right? Right. So, and then if you could just move the microphone as close as possible to your,
We have new microphones, by
yeah,
the
well,
way.
we'll see. I can't hear a thing.
You can't hear this?
I can hear that fine.
Yep.
What?
It's always that one that's a problem.
Oh, man, all right.
Oh, okay. I was not able to provide a list of accomplishments for 2014, but going forward for 2015, one of the main things that I do wish to do for Public Works is to be able to provide data to the council, to the committee, and to the public concerning all of the things that are done into Public Works. Anything from the amount of potholes that we may fill, the amount of street repairs, building repairs, trees planted or removed or pruned, anything pertaining to DPW. I want to be able to statistically show what we're doing so that we can see going forward if we're improving, declining, what needs to be addressed, and what have you.
Great.
I would also like to make sure that one of my plans going forward is to make sure that the jitney service is as professional as can be. I'd like to make sure that we schedule everything so that it's running properly, on time, so that neither the passengers or the jitney drivers need to be rushing about their daily, what they're doing.
And how has the interview process been going for the 2 vacancies that you have?
So far, it's been going well. I've received a significant amount of applications. I've received, I believe, 17 applications, of which I found 5 worthy to call in for an interview. Those 5 I've interviewed, 3 have been selected for a second interview with the business administrator and myself. These will be done on Monday afternoon.
Okay. And you anticipate doing any changes as far as assignments of crews? I know in the past we've kind of blended some of the crews and not had as many separate cruises in the past.
At this time, as I've only been in my position for a little less than 2 months, I'm not changing anything at this time. As I start to be able to get more data as to how we do things, I'll be able to see if there's any way that we can make it more efficient, at which time, if I can, then we'll blend departments or eliminate certain things.
Anybody have any questions on the that part of the narrative? Okay, let's go take a look in case anyone has any questions on your, you have a number of different tabs here.
We'll start with Public Works. We're going to go in order in your book.
Yeah. So we're at,
300-100,
correct.
which is
Yes,
Public
that's
Works.
Tab 13A, if you're tabbing it. I did have a question on 315-201. That's gasoline and diesel fuel.
315.
The next tab.
Oh, you skipped.
That's, wait a minute.
Automotive.
You're in automotive.
It might be, yeah. It
Oh,
might be.
oh, yeah, oh,
I'm-
you
yeah,
went-
I'm-
So you skipped 300.
yeah, well, unless anybody had any
You
comments.
drove
Oh,
by
I
300.
didn't, okay.
We're not going over every line item
Okay,
unless somebody has a comment.
No, I'm sorry.
But yeah.
315.
315-201.
315. Yeah.
We increased it pretty, oh, I see, and then, Mr. Manning, your recommendation is the 250. I was wondering if you think that that's going to be any lower now that gas prices are Well,
I
I
think-
guess that's the question. Are we appreciating the reduction in gas prices too?
Yes, we are, but right now, yes, oh, God. I better warn Roger. We are expecting decreases to continue. Actually, I don't think they're going to continue to go down. I think they're going to either stabilize or start to rise by the summertime. So that's why we wanted to keep a little bit extra towards the end of the year. We have to shift it or to cancel it, that'd be fine, but I don't want to be quite short with it.
And then on 315-208, we have the purchase of 2 hybrid vehicles.
Yes, those are for basically our fleet that we have here. We have vehicles that are over 12 years old. They are wearing, the repair costs have been rather high, so we're looking to replace 2 vehicles.
And is it our policy to try to buy hybrid vehicles when we're doing these replacements?
Yes, it is.
And
our
it's still
policy.
cost efficient to do that?
Well, you know, it's getting better, actually, yes. Well, you're right, at the current cost of gas, it isn't, but it isn't going to stay there that way. Anyway, and also, it's our dedication to a greener community and lower carbon footprint that we're seeking.
Are we, I'm sorry,
Go ahead.
are we replacing hybrid with hybrid, or are we adding 2 hybrids to our existing hybrid
We're
collection?
replacing non-hybrids with hybrids. The ones that we have that we're replacing, hybrids weren't even available when we purchased them.
So, a question about this. I know that, excuse me, I know in the past, your department, before you're here, obviously, your department has a automobile maintenance team. Are these folks able to do maintenance on hybrids? Is there special things that we need to do to keep a hybrid vehicle on the road that we wouldn't have to do with a?
If there's any type of repairs that are different to what they're used to with regular gas-powered vehicles, training would be involved, software would be involved, and I'm sure that our technicians, our mechanics would be able to handle it. So it shouldn't be a problem.
Okay, terrific, thanks.
Okay.
Ms. Leventhal?
Question, I know the police cars are put into the general budget, they're not put into capital, but that happens for all vehicles, or can you explain that to me?
And there's actually some legislation that may be moving through that will allow us to capitalize these, but it has been a while since you've been able to. You have to have at least a lifespan of 5 years. Ours lasts 10 or 12 years, but typically they covered, it was because of police cars, which
Right.
were only 2.5 years that they took them out. So they're looking to put them back in. I think the bill is on. It's passed a certain committee, and it's supposed to go forward this year. But until then, you know, we have to pay operating expenses for through the operating expenses.
Okay, thanks.
I'm going to keep moving forward. Next is building maintenance, 310-201.
Oh, okay.
This is the duct cleaning. This is not the ducts that you see in the pond. This is the air conditioning ducts?
Third tab, thank you.
What does this entail?
This is something that needs to be done every 5 years to all of the buildings throughout the borough, police, libraries, town hall, what have you. What it entails is the actual cleaning of every duct leading up from the furnace throughout the building.
Is this a contracted job, or we do this?
No, this will be contracted.
Contracted. Because there's a substantial increase from,
Yeah, and that's-
25, almost $25,000.
Well, that's about what it is, we've estimated to have that done, and that's essential, then really required for the systems.
There is, unless people have questions, we just keep moving along. I had one,
Is that a big disruptive, long job? I'm just wondering if we're gonna have to worry about, I was in the library.
No, it's, basically, they're in one area, goes through the venting system, how they do it, it's, yeah.
had one question on the shade tree,
Which was,
302-101. 302-101.
City of Parks and Playgrounds.
Tab 13F.
13 what? F?
F.
Okay. 13F. Okay, yeah, we got it.
Have we, it says here, added a position to shade tree? Have we added a position?
That's well, we did have a position filled. That man has since resigned, and that will be one of the positions that we'll be refilling after the interview process is over.
Okay. So I don't understand, if it's already existing position, why?
I'm sorry, which,
302-101.
302?
What page are we on?
375. I don't see
302-101, it's like
302, shade tree salary.
What, and you said 13F?
13F.
oh, it's, in other words, there's two in there, so.
Oh, I see, okay. Thank you.
I forget the. Wait a
So
minute.
the question is, if the person's already in the, calculated in the personnel roster, why are we going up so much?
You know, I'm going to research that for you, but I think
Fine.
it had to do with the combining of the departments, and someone retired and we had to replace them, and I think.
Okay.
That, all right, so.
Maybe there's a
why
cut someplace
the
else.
additional I'll get you that answer.
Okay. And then my final, is that your final answer? My final comment or question, actually, this is more of a comment. This is in tab 13I, 290, 110.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I don't have it by tab. What's the name of it?
It's streets and roads.
Overtime.
Yeah, so if you're following it by accounts, it's 501. Page 31. Got it.
Are we on the same page?
Well, we're on two different pages because they're looking at it differently.
Okay. So, there's a statement here in the note.
Yeah.
Could be reduced by 15,000
Yeah.
if Saturdays are eliminated. This is the recycling. I don't think that there's any interest on the part of the Township Committee, even with weekly recycling, to eliminate Saturday drop-off.
I don't,
Right. So I just want to, we might as well just nip that in
Question
the bud.
answered?
Yes.
Okay, got it.
Now,
Nope.
let's, just so we're clear, right? I mean, the reason that we don't want to eliminate it is it's very popular and it's very heavily utilized. If it turns out after we go to weekly recycling that drops off, we should revisit that question, but right now.
So wise. That's
Okay.
a good thing.
All right. So if everybody's okay to move into the capital requests? And let me ask you, before we do that, did you have anything that you wanted to point out in any of these expenditures?
No, so far I'm fine.
So they're pretty much same as last year. And, you know, the only thing that changed really were a couple of those points that we raised. And there was a lot of shifting of some personnel salaries, so that could have accounted for it, as Ms. Leventhal mentioned. Okay, project number, don't forget, folks, if you're at home and you want to ask a question, please email us. We have that up on the board.
Any questions?
Okay. So let's just go through, if you could just go through each one, let us know, I mean, we read it, but if you had anything more to say about it.
Yes, on the first project number, flue pipes at the police department, I would like to remove this request. I've had a discussion with our engineer yesterday, and it turns out that this may be a much more extensive project than we want to enter from a DPW point of view at this time. Although we're requesting $12,000 now, according to our engineer, this may go up to as much as $157,000. So rather than expend $12,000 at this point, we may wish to table this, and engineering will pick it up and proceed through their department.
Right. That's good. They get rid of it out of your department and put it in his department. Very good. I understand that move.
Well done,
Very
Mr.
good.
Nicely done, Mr. Falcon.
Very good. You saved 12 and hit him for 150. Wonderful.
That's just
All right.
That's just 2 months in.
That's right, yeah. You should be fun next year when you offload all your,
We'll do what we can.
yeah. Oh, here's one that could go to recreation too, it's the parks, right? Yeah.
I just have a
Yeah,
question.
we have a question here.
It's a general question. I don't know that we need to get into it really, but why, is it normal for flue pipes to start rotting this soon?
No,
Traditionally, no. In my discussion, and when engineering does come in, you can speak with them to further the discussion. It turns out that one of our DPW employees noted that they were rotting. This is after, I believe, only a couple of years of being installed. And 5 years of being installed. And it turns out that there may be some question as to whether the proper material was used. So rather than expend any money to repair it, we're going to look into it from possibly a legal point of view and proceed that way.
Thank you.
Okay, great, thank you. Let's go to your item number 2.
Okay, D Hart Park lights. There are 4 lights missing in D Hart Park. We need to have those repaired as soon as possible for the safety of the pedestrians and the residents.
Okay.
These, path lights.
Yes.
All right, how about the backhoe?
The backhoe is an integral piece of equipment in the public works. It serves a myriad of purposes. The one that we currently have is 18 years old. This one will be replacing it. We're hoping to get in a trade-in of approximately $10,000 on the old one. This is something that we definitely need to have for our department.
So would this be your number 1 priority?
This would be number 1, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Pretty amazing that we got an 18-year-old backhoe still
Yeah,
on
actually,
the road.
question.
Yes.
Question. Obviously, it's a capital request. What is the anticipated life of this type of vehicle?
18
For this
years.
one, I would imagine we can get at least another 20 years out of the new one.
Okay.
yeah,
Easily.
that's but ours, but according to the bond law, it would be less than that. It would probably be something around 10 years.
Okay, that's what I want to know, just generally. I know we had done the spreadsheet a few years ago. We talked about we had an inventory of all the equipment and sort of the expected remaining
Right,
duration
versus-
of all those
yes.
things. So I want to obviously add this into that at some point as well.
We
Not now.
Typically, we use equipment, or it lasts much longer than the average life in the bond
Right, but
ordinance.
eventually it will
Oh,
need to be
yeah.
replaced. So just want to know when those are anticipated to come up.
The next one is the coolest name, the skid steer.
Yes.
The New Holland skid
Skid
steer.
steer is it's another integral piece of equipment in public works. For those who may not know exactly what it is, it's basically like a backhoe that's a lot smaller, but it comes with many attachments. It can be used in much tighter areas for plowing, for lifting, for unloading vehicles, for landscaping. It can do a lot of things that you wouldn't want to do a backhoe to use because of the sheer size of the backhoe. This is also replacing a piece of equipment that's very old. It's from 1992. As far as importance, this would be 1A on our list of items to get. The backhoe being 1, this would be 1A. They're both
No,
key
keep it.
pieces.
Meaning it would be number
Yeah, actually, you can get an attachment for it to mill the asphalt. That's kind of interesting.
I'm sorry?
You can mill the asphalt.
I don't know if you've ever done the research on the skid steer, but there are approximately, I'd say maybe 200 attachments you can get for it to do virtually anything you would need to do, therefore making each job a little bit easier going forward.
I can pretty much promise you I've never done research on a skid steer,
I've seen it.
but now that it's there, what does milling asphalt mean?
That's what you do when you're removing asphalt from the ground. Let's just say there's an area that has several potholes. We would cut out the area, and the milling would be to actually
Ground it up?
grind it off, take it off of it, and take it down to the concrete surface.
Right. Ah, okay. See, I always wondered what that was. Okay, see, thank you.
Okay, your number 5 is security cameras.
Yes, the Public Works garage is currently, I believe it only has one camera at our garage, which is focused on the fuel pump. This is an area that needs to be further protected, I believe, to prevent people from coming in doing a lot of illegal dumping, doing any damage to the facilities. And with this proposal, with this request, we'll be looking to get 6 cameras mounted in the entire DPW yard.
Did you say 6 cameras?
Yes.
Just noting in the comments, because your point about to prevent illegal dumping from going on, in your statement here, there is a lot of illegal dumping going on. Some people might want to say, well, is that happening now? And I think it's worthwhile to note that there is a lot of it, according to your notes, happening now, and that's why we're looking to do that. So for the public's information, just adding justification to that.
Those cameras feed into the police department? No?
That I'm not sure. I think it should be on on tape that we could ultimately look at and then give whatever information back to the police department.
Is there a way without a whole lot of money to, or is it even practical to have that? I mean, if,
What, to put it to the police department?
yeah, I'm
Not
only
really.
thinking if it's safety and.
It's
to-
not really, doesn't rise to the level of life or death, and they have enough to look at in terms of their business. They would come, capture the data, look at, review it if we had a problem, and then, which they do with any location that has a video camera that we can access their data.
Okay, your pickup truck?
Okay, we're currently looking to replace a pickup truck that's 18 years old. I've been informed that we were supposed to have done this last year, but for whatever reason it wasn't done. It was tabled until this year.
No, the fire department has your truck. You should go over and take it from them.
Yeah.
We did. We got the old one.
You know, this is, the justification is the fire department got one last year, so you guys want one this year. Is that about right?
Right, you got one, right, last year, but you need another one?
We got the old one from the
Yes,
fire department.
right.
No.
Yeah.
This is a 1997 that you have, that you say needs, that you took it out of service, right? The 97?
Yes, we did.
And for those who may not know, this is Damian Serafin,
Oh,
our
yes.
Assistant Public Works Director.
Okay. This is pretty straightforward.
Is there a hole in the floor?
I'm
What?
sorry?
Is that what we were told about the truck last year, that
That
there
was
was a
another
hole in
one.
the?
I think that was
That
another
was another-
Like the Fred Flintstone.
Okay.
I was just waiting for Mr. Bell to say this was priority 1B.
Okay, I think your last item is the fence.
Yes, also for the protection of the Public Works yard, the existing fence, the main gate, as well as some of the gates on the sides are damaged. This leads to the garage being available to anyone 24/7. I'd like to make sure that the facilities are secure. This also would help prevent illegal dumping. It'll also prevent the township from having any issues should any residents wander into the yard after hours when it's unprotected. Additionally, on this request, I will have an automatic door closer so that when vehicles come in after hours, such as a police department vehicle, after they do what they need to do, it'll close automatically after a preset period of time.
I'm actually glad to see this, because I noticed on our last jaunt, BPW for Talk to the Township Committee, after the gate had been closed, we got a visitor who came to talk to the Township Committee, and I thought, how did he get in, and how's he going to get out? And in fact, there was plenty of room for him to just walk in through that closed gate.
That's how you access right now.
And that struck me as odd. So, I think this is I like this.
I think the cops are gonna like it because they don't have to get out of their car.
Exactly, that's the whole idea. This
That
way they can
button.
pull up,
It's like
push
the
the
garage
button,
door, right?
and they can enter the garage and
Right.
leave without a problem.
Okay. Any questions for Mr. Bell? there anyone from the public? Any internet questions? Do you have any questions for DPW? Well, you know, we have a few minutes. Can you just talk a little bit about the snow cleaning strategy that you use? I know when we had our emergency management meeting Monday morning, you talked about having, I think, 17 or 18 pieces of apparatus on the street. Could you talk a little bit just to give the public a sense of how you tackle a snowstorm? What comes first? What is your goal to get to the streets in a typical snowstorm? Say, you know, when do you start snowing? Is there a minimum number of inches that need to be on the street? How does this, and just if you give us a kind of big picture.
Okay, whenever there is word that snow is imminent, we monitor it closely to see approximately how much is going to be coming and when it's going to begin falling. If, for example, a nominal amount of snow is to fall, that'll only require salt spreading, something, let's say, 3 inches or less. Once it starts to fall and the grounds are wet, we'll then deploy all of our vehicles to salt all of the streets so that we can get a base of salt underneath the snow and pretty much tackle it from the ground coming up. In the event that there's significant amounts of snowfall, 4 inches or more, we will still coat the streets with a layer of salt. All vehicles will then be deployed after snowfall starts to accumulate, usually over approximately 2 to 3 inches. It's almost not worth the while to try plowing anything less than that because you're just spreading it all over as opposed to actually removing it. Once plowing begins, the department tackles our primary streets first so that all of the main routes are clear so that emergency vehicles can get through without a problem. After the primary streets are tackled, we'll then go on to the secondary and then tertiary streets going forward. The plan is always to have every street plowed within 24 hours of the end of the snowfall. Once all the plowing is completed, we will then come back usually the next day or the next evening, push the snow back to the curbs so that we have the streets cleared as well as possible from curb to curb, and then do additional salting if necessary.
And I know in this last storm, I got a couple of emails about streets, and I had heard from people that they had contacted you. If for some reason something falls through the crack and a street doesn't get plowed, what would be the best procedure for somebody to contact you?
In the event that happens, the best procedure would be to either make a phone call to the Public Works Department, or they can shoot an email to the Public Works Department and myself, Mr. Serafin, and as soon as we get the message that there has been a street that's been missed, we will deploy someone immediately and take care of it.
Do we use any contract services?
Do we use contract services?
Not at this point. I believe it's on the next agenda.
Right, and so, but will we be using them in the future?
Yes.
In the future, if there's significant snowfall that requires us to actually haul snow away.
Okay.
Right now, we're pretty much to manage it by ourselves, but this is just a preemptive measure in the event that we get hit with something that DPW can't handle.
Ironically, one of the meetings we were supposed to have Tuesday morning that had to get canceled because of the snow was to have a meeting of the three of us with Julie Doran of the Village Alliance and Springfield Avenue Partnership to talk about physically removing the snow from our downtown districts, because we had such a problem last year of the snow accumulating on the curbs and sidewalks. So we're still going to have that meeting. Hopefully we won't have any snow, and that will solve it. Ms. Leventhal.
Do we take care of the county roads just automatically? When you say main streets, even though they are county roads, are we clearing them if they're not cleared already?
County roads we do not do,
So,
except for Springfield Avenue.
okay, well, that's ours. So, so for example, Valley Street may not be done for a couple of hours after, no.
In my past experience, the municipality is never responsible for the county
No.
roads. So in a situation where there's a county road that has not been plowed, I would, once noticed, I would contact the county representative and make sure that they deploy a crew to take care of it.
Okay. That might be something to look into. I know that there are bartering sort of services that go on with the county. Leaf pickup on county roads. Other towns have made agreements, and I can bring it to the Essex County Municipal Exchange also to see what possibilities there are, what other towns have done, I can bring back to you what they've done, and maybe we can consider something on that they'd give us something, maybe, I don't know what, but there might be some kind of an exchange there that may work well for us.
Okay, is there anything else?
How's our salt supplies this year?
How's the salt supply this year?
After last year's,
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
last year, I know that the whole Northeast was affected by a dearth of salt supplies, and it was kind of it was precious commodity, if you would, and I just want to know, in general, how are the supplies looking this year?
Right
Adequate
now,
on hand, and
right now, it doesn't appear to be nearly anything like it was last year. I do know that we've placed an order for salt almost 2 weeks ago. It was supposed to be delivered Tuesday of this week, which was the day after the storm. Right now, we're still waiting for that. It's supposed to be coming as soon as possible. I can't make any promises as to when, but right now, it doesn't appear that the situations that we've had last year as far as receiving salt are nearly what they are this year.
We did get some help from Deborah Collins again at the county. She called me, and I contacted Mr. Bell, who contacted Ms. Collins, and we ended up with 50 tons of salt from the county.
Yes, we did.
And if there's you never know, she may even call, get to me over the weekend with this storm coming up, but I think we're okay for this next storm, right?
So far, we're currently, we have an adequate supply to handle it, and if I feel at any point that we're starting to get low, if the delivery has not arrived, I will speak with the county, Ms. Collins, and see about getting some more.
Okay.
thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Wasn't too bad for your first one, right?
So, no, it wasn't, no.
But
don't
next
jinx it,
year,
Mr. Bell.
next year the
Don't
gloves
jinx
come off, so.
That's when it hits.
My goal is to move the entire department's budget under Miss Fritzen.
Right, yeah. I like that. Engineering. Yeah, I know, I heard it. Yeah. Mr. Malavasi, you just got another $150,000 bill. You guys better be careful here.
Good morning, all.
Morning. Engineer pick.
Very smooth how he did that.
Yep. Okay, so we've had a chance to look at your information that you sent us for last year and what you hope to do in 2015, and your sheets and also your capital budget. You have about a dozen items or so.
Right.
You have no personnel items, correct?
No additional personnel items for this year.
So if you could just go through maybe some of the highlights of last year, of 2014, some of the highlights or, some of the major goals for this year, 2015, and then we'll go through the sheets to see if anyone has any questions on any particular line item, and then we'll go into your capital. And just remind you at home, if you have any questions around engineering, please email us. We have the email address up on the board, and anyone here, we have one person here from the public, welcome. If you have any questions, we'll ask you at the end if you have any questions for the engineer. So, Mr. Malavasi.
Okay. For some highlights for 2014, I think that some of the things we got completed was the first half of the repaving of Springfield Avenue. Using some DOT funding, we got $260,000 from the state to do that. I think that came out very well. There's still some signage to be added, but I think it drives very well and the striping looks good. Did a lot of work at 60 Woodland Road. Some bathroom upgrades to make them accessible. We also redid the parking lot and connected it to the Highland lot, which I think has been very successful. One other item is actually looking at today is we had reported to the joint meeting of Union Essex counties that we were able to reduce our infiltration rate by approximately 78,000 gallons of sewer per day. over the last couple of years. We reported that to them in October, and that will result in a decrease in our surcharge for infiltration. So I think we've had a couple of years of very successful work reducing infiltration. Unfortunately, Kathy's not here.
If you could just take a moment and just explain to us and to the public what that means, infiltration, and what's I&I mean?
There's I&I is infiltration and inflow. It's a result of the age of the sanitary sewers, not only in Maplewood, but in Essex County. The county has a report out that was done in 1994, reporting where there are problems throughout the system. And every year they encourage us and other towns to reduce that infiltration, because the more water that gets into the sewer system through age and cracking, the more it costs them to treat the sewage at the plant. So the more we can reduce going into the system, the less it costs to do. So they encourage all the towns to do that. We make efforts to do that every time we pave a road or fix a sewer. By bringing those numbers down, it helps everybody at the plant.
But what is inflow and what is
it's water
infiltration?
it's
How does-
groundwater getting into the sanitary sewer system.
Just groundwater, or is it any rainwater?
Right.
That's what groundwater is.
Okay.
Yeah, rainwater gets into the ground and
Okay,
leaks
okay,
into the
okay,
pipes.
yeah.
There is some rainwater that gets into the manholes,
Right.
so rainwater as well. Any water that shouldn't be there, that it costs so many dollars per gallon to treat the sewage. Any water that's clean, like rainwater or groundwater, there's no reason to treat it, so it's just throwing money down the drain, as it were.
So a sub pump that's connected to the sanitary sewer is
Is illegal.
illegal because it brings water into the sewer
Water
and
into the
creates a
system.
flow.
In fact, I believe in 2013, we did what we call a smoke test in Maplewood Village. And we injected smoke into the system to see if anybody was doing that. And it turned out we didn't find anybody. So happily, people in the village are obeying the law, so it was good, a good thing.
So putting smoke in the system, then that would then back that into their homes?
Yes.
And then they would complain to you and you would say, good,
would
and
know
here's a
that-
summons?
Yes. Yeah, we only had one incident of smoke in somebody's house, and they had just come back from 10 days in the Caribbean, and their sewer trap had dried out. That's how the smoke got. The little U's you get under your drains, that keeps sewer gases from backing up into your house, and theirs had dried out. So that was the only one we had. It turned out not to be a problem for us.
I think in Colorado, they do a lot of smoke tests.
I think so. Washington too, I believe.
Yeah.
For 2015, we are certainly hoping to, we're confident, because we generally get it, to get the remaining funding for the rest of Springfield Avenue. We'd like to get that money from the state.
Let me,
Continue that paving.
I share your optimism, but I was on a call with the Conference of Mayors last week, and they had met with the Commissioner of Transportation. And they really have no money after July 1st for transportation. And they are now looking at projects that were not completed and sweeping that money back because the Transportation Trust Fund is gone. And so I'm hoping we can get in, so anything, any kind of paperwork we get or anything like that, we ought to treat it with the sense of urgency that we have to get this in as quickly as possible, because at some point, I think they're just gonna stop projects. They're already closing parts of bridges and things like that because they have no money to fix these up, so,
Well, we spent the money they gave us.
right.
So they
Good.
will be sweeping that back at the very least. Whether, again, it's always contingent upon what's available. We want to continue our improvements at 60 Woodland Road. One of the things we're looking at, I've got a meeting next week, we're going to look at the kitchen and see what we can do to bring that back online. We've got money to do some handicapped improvements at the Hilton Library under community development money. We also want to repave Van Ness Terrace using community development money, which we haven't gotten yet, but again, I'm confident that we'll get that. So those are kind of the high points I think we want to get done this year. Our road program, we'll talk about all the capital things we want to do as we go forward.
Let's see if anyone has any questions with any of the items, of your line items.
Just on the personnel matter, Mr. Malavasi, at our planning and engineering meeting, we discussed the fact that you're going to be trying to get some interns.
Yes.
And that's already budgeted for, you don't have any issues.
That's in my budget, yeah. And
One of the good things about these expense reports is the more boring they are, the better. That means that you're keeping everything flat. So I have
I'm very good
no,
at being boring, yes.
no highlighting anything here, because you have pretty much flat on everything.
Nothing has changed from 2014.
Right. So I think what we'll do is go into your, let me make one more pass at this. Yeah. I think we'll go into your capital projects, 1501.
Okay. 1501 is our environmental improvement capital request. We ask for this every year. There are a number of environmental issues that we have throughout the town, including some contamination at Public Works. There were some issues at the firehouse with an old oil tank. We run into miscellaneous asbestos and mold issues in our older buildings. We had an issue with vapor intrusion due to an underground tank at the firehouse #1, which, as it turns out, we were able to work out with DEP where we're fine. We're fine over there, so that worked out well.
Mr.
So there are
Malavasi,
lots of environmental things that come up over the years.
could you just explain to us, I know that we're monitoring wells at the DPW Tenneco site, since forever.
Yes.
We're monitoring wells at the Maple Crest Shelter House for a couple of years now. Will we ever be able to say, okay, we're done with monitoring the DPW Tenneco site, everything's fine? Will we ever be able to say,
I believe yes, but I don't know when. The Maple Crest Shelter House is winding down. The monitoring wells they test, they find out what vapor's in there, what contaminants, those are going down. DPW, we'll be completing this year a final stage of testing, and they're going to give recommendations what needs to be done to finally close that out. So by the end of 2015, I'll have something to discuss going forward, what would need to be done probably in 2016.
great, thanks.
But I don't know when. I'd say yes, but I don't know when. So. Number 2 is a municipal road improvement request, which we ask for every year. It allows us to do some milling and overlaying. I think the addition of a milling machine would be very helpful. If you see the patches in the road that our guys have been able to do, this will enable them to be a little cleaner, the edges a little cleaner, make them look nicer, and make them hold up better. I think it's a good thing for the Public Works to have. Miscellaneous repairs that come up, potholes that we have on some trenches that are done, and road striping. We do some road striping in parking lots, redo parking spaces, redo striping on the streets, crosswalks, things like that. So we try to refresh stuff on a yearly basis as they fade.
So is that your plug for Mr. Bell's skid steer then?
Yes, yeah, that would using some of his help with that. Number 3 is our municipal road and curb improvement. This is a continuation of the road program that started in 2007. Right now we've asked for 7 roads to be paved this year. We estimate about $730,000. This past year we did Baker Street, we did Donnell Road in front of the train station, and we did Ridgewood Road from Milburn up to Durand Road, or Woodland Road we did. Number 4 is the...
Sorry, a
yes.
question here. What if roads needed to be added to this?
The list is always subject to change. What I do is through our observations and input from Public Works, the administration, the governing body, we look and we come up with a list of roads that we want to do. I revisit that road a little bit later in the winter because there are roads that change and deteriorate faster than others. So the list is subject to change.
Okay. Would you
I
put
would
that-
say it's more likely to change than be added to because I'm governed by the limit of money that you're able to budget for the road improvement. So it is subject to change.
There used to, I don't know if this still exists, there used to be grant money for roads that connected to another town. I'm thinking Parker. Parker in the last week got even worse. So because that connects to another town, is there still funding for projects like that? This was years ago.
I don't know, the only funding I know is DOT local aid. They generally like you to connect county and state roads, which is why Springfield Avenue is a good candidate.
And Irvington.
Certainly,
Irvington Avenue.
Parker might be a very good candidate. I think so. Again, we were focused on Springfield for finishing that. That's a very good idea to look at for next year, if there's any money available next year, who knows? But certainly, it's the window's closed for 2015 funding, but certainly we'll consider that for 2016.
Okay, I'd like to have this on the next P&E meeting agenda. Thank you.
Number 4 is Van Ness Terrace. We've applied to the county for community development block grant funding to do that. Every year we have been successful getting money. Over the last few years, we've been doing some handicapped accessibility improvements in some of our buildings. Part of the reason for that is the census map changed from 2000 to 2010. The areas that qualified under the community development program, we actually did all the road improvements in those areas. We actually ran out of roads to do. Now with the new census map, the low and moderate income part of town that's in the census is down off of Boyden, Jacoby, Van Ness, so we're going to start doing some roads down there under the community development block grant funding program. So, and again, that's one we've been very successful getting money from every year. Number 5 is our Springfield Avenue improvements, Phase 12, which is that's the DOT designation, is Phase 12. So we've done this in that many pieces. So we want to go from Wellesley all the way up to the Irvington Town line to finish the repaving.
Is that longer than the first stretch?
A touch. And actually, we did shorten the first part because of the new auto parts store that's coming into, so we didn't have to tear up any of our new pavements. So, again, I'm as confident as I can be of getting the money, and that's always pending whatever's available from the Transportation Trust Fund. Number 6 is the ADA improvements at Hilton Library. We already have money from the county for this. We have $102,000 that we were awarded. This would be to upgrade the 2 bathrooms at the library and to redo the handicap ramps and sidewalks outside the building in the parking lot to get better accessibility. The door to the library already has an automatic opener. We're just upgrading the handicap space outside. Number 7 is Borden Park. We were able to get $150,000 from Essex County Open Space Trust Fund to do improvements at the park, which include new lighting, pathways, redoing the bathrooms, some landscaping, redoing the surface on the playground, and redoing the surface on the tennis court.
Can I ask a question about this item? Sure. In the narrative of the description of the project, you say, upgrades to the recently reconstructed multipurpose field.
That's correct.
Why would we have to upgrade a recently reconstructed item?
We're actually doing nothing to the field itself. It's around the field, it's drainage.
Great,
The
thank you.
field itself is irrigated, it looks,
Great,
Public
thanks.
Works did a great job getting that done, yeah. That's the language we use for grants, very flowery.
Okay with me, just want to make sure I understood.
Number 8 is our building improvements fund that we asked for, which includes things for heating, ventilation, if we need any life safety improvements. I wanted to, I budgeted for the kitchen work at the Woodland this year. Pay for it out of that, hopefully.
How do the improvements that the HVAC improvements that you asked for here connect to the HVAC maintenance item that Mr. Bell talked about, or do they?
Those are maintenance items.
Okay.
Cleaning ducts, changing filters, things like that. He needs to do. This is if we need to upgrade something, an air conditioning system.
Complete replacement of
Complete
the...
replacement.
Thank you.
Yeah.
This is,
If you want to put that in their budget, that's fine too. Just so Mr. Bell and I can play a little.
Seems only fair, Mr. Malavasi.
you'll take the flue and you'll give them the mold?
Yes. But while we're on the flue that it came up, the flue pipe itself has a 10-year warranty. So I didn't want, one of the reasons I didn't want to jump on and have it done the way they've been looking at this for a while, and I just got brought into it recently. So it's a warranty, I believe it's a warranty item. It's a 10-year warranty. We're still under warranty, so we're exploring the warranty issue with the manufacturer before we do anything. The most important thing is that it's not, our engineer has said it's not a life safety issue, so we have a little time to explore it. And there may be some insurance benefits.
These
for
are the
us.
rotting flues you're talking about.
Sorry?
These are the rotting flues you're talking about?
I'm sorry, Ms. Leary.
The
Yes.
rotting
The
flues?
rotting
Oh,
flues.
yes, it's the rotting flue pipe, yes.
We talked in planning and engineering about the possibility of adding a few more dollars to this to do some Bergdorf work.
Yes.
This would be
Yeah, I looked up
this would
the-
be the area to put it in, right? Building improvements at various locations.
We could either put it in this or put an additional line item in the budget. It would be up to
Yeah,
how,
I think we haven't gotten a dollar figure. That
Right,
was one of the
right.
things.
But I just
that-
want to say that this might be
Yes, when we
something
get
we
it.
want to tweak a little bit, maybe, put, I don't know, 25,000 or something like that in there. Well, I don't know.
Yes,
I mean, that's
yes.
just as a number to play around with. All right, 1509,
1509, drainage improvements at various locations. We've done this the last couple of years. We've got some issues that, there's puddles, there's icing, there's lack of drainage, so we've explored a bunch of these, and I work with Public Works and Administration and ourselves, and trying to help some of these areas that ice up over the wintertime. So it's worked very well. The places we've done it so far, we had a big problem on Essex and Fourth, and it's really helped a lot, so we want to continue that program.
And here, right on Valley and,
Well, here in Valley, Valley and
Crescent.
Crescent, there was an issue for years and years and years.
okay, yeah, perfectly fine.
And where water would come across, I tried to work with the county to fix it. They refused. We finally fixed it last year, and I think it's been very successful.
Right.
That the water doesn't go across Valley
Yeah.
anymore, it doesn't ice up.
put a drain on the other side of the road, right?
I didn't do any drains. We just had to redo the pavement.
Oh,
just to
okay.
get the water where it needed to go. And I think it worked out
Right.
very well.
Now, we did Forest Road also,
Forest?
Forest Road.
drainage.
By Essex.
Wasn't that a while ago, though? Wasn't that
Could've
like,
been.
like, that was, I think even before Tom
Might have
was
been
here.
for me, I don't know.
Yeah, I think it was.
Okay.
Yes.
Need to take a break, Mr. Manning, or you
No,
okay?
no, that's okay. I just wet myself a little bit.
Call 911, you want me to hit
Do
this button?
we do minutes?
No, it was hit the other day, please.
Will will Sonia be doing minutes for this meeting?
Yeah.
Okay.
Everything's called.
1510,
1510, the bikeway crossing at Jefferson. This is part of the Rahway River Greenway study and the Rahway River Corridor study and the bikeway study, all kind of combining to this. And this is what we refer to as the dog leg, which will get you from Donnell at Jefferson to Donnell at Jefferson. You need to go up Donnell, so it's some signage, some striping, some lighting, some curbing. I've commissioned a consultant to do a traffic analysis and give us improvements, so I've asked for money to make those improvements this year.
I'm all in favor of this. That number seems surprisingly high to me.
I actually think it will be lower. I don't have the design yet, but I
mean,
think
like-
I had priced out for budget purposes when the corridor, the river corridor study was being done with curbing and barriers, and I think the consultant I've talked to, we're probably looking more at striping and signage and things like that. So certainly something that this may be a little bit higher than what we want to do, and we can maybe bring that down. I think it'll be a little less hardscape than I originally anticipated. And then number 11 is our in-house engineering services. This is a line item we use to capitalize our capital work ourselves internally for design and inspection. And it's something we get every year and utilize.
So just so we're all clear about what that is, if we were to hire a firm to do this, we would pay them out of the capital budget.
Right.
So because we're doing it in-house, and you're still doing the same kind of work, we pay you out of the capital
Yeah,
budget.
we kind of pay ourselves out of this capital account.
Since the project has a long life, all the costs associated should be paid out of the capital budget. Mr. Ryan?
So, we know that we're doing, we're selling the old post office building, the building's gonna be torn down, a new building's gonna go in, and, our expectation is one of the things that's gonna happen is there's gonna be some sanitary sewer work. right? We've had these various conversations about different alternatives for the sanitary sewer for the new building, you know, an alternative that addresses, you know, existing problems in the street, as well as connecting the new building. So some of that is at least work on your office and maybe expand. Where does that appear? And if it doesn't, should we put a separate line in?
Every year there is, and Joe and Juan can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe every year there's money set aside out of the sewer collection fees to do sewer improvements.
Yes. Yes.
And there's money set aside every year, and I believe there's money that has yet to be expended. So there's a pot of money that we will draw off of to do any of those improvements that we need to cover the costs for.
Okay, so you're nobody's concerned that the kinds of things that we've been talking about doing are going to need any extra budgeting here?
We are not. I mean, unless it comes in at a point where, you know, we're shocked by the amount, I think we'll be okay.
Good, I just want to, good, fine.
Okay, again, if you're watching at home, if you have any questions for the engineer, if you can email them in, we're going to put the email address up. And if anyone here has any questions for the engineer, yes. You got to come on up here. You got to come up here.
Let's go up to the microphone.
No,
You have to come up to the microphone.
To the microphone. Very good. It's being recorded, that's why.
Oh, well, I'm Ruth Ross, 169 Maplewood Avenue, Maplewood. I had two questions, and I'm not sure if this is, you know, all appropriate, but I'll ask them. And my one question was about South Orange Avenue. I'd like to know what's happening with that, and I'd like to know, where is the post office going to be?
I'll deal with the second. The post office is moving to 195 Maplewood Avenue.
Okay.
And I'll be reporting Tuesday night that I was in there, and I hope to go in there again before Tuesday. And the work is progressing. It is scheduled to open by mid-February.
Okay.
And South Orange Avenue, are you talking about the work being done by the county where the S-curves are?
Yeah, all of South Orange Avenue has just been torn up and...
Yeah, can you talk a little bit about
Sure, the
that?
South Orange Avenue project is a county project, improving the road through the reservation. It includes some widening, some striping, some drainage work. They're redoing the bridges, the pedestrian bridges over the top, adding some decorative lighting. So it's a major project being done by the county. It does go through Maplewood, but we really have no jurisdiction over that project. If you have any specific questions, you can either direct to my office, I'll get to the county, or you can call the county directly.
And it's about another year.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably another
Okay.
year.
It's a huge project, millions.
I mean, they're striving to the best they can to not close the road. The only time I know they're closing the road is when they're actually putting up the superstructure for the bridge over the road. Other than that, they have not been closing the road. I've been up and down it several times, and it's always been open when I've been out there.
Yeah, no, it's always been open. All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Again, if you have any questions, please email them to us. Anybody in the Township Committee have a question?
We had a little discussion at the Planning and Engineering meeting about DeHart. I assume we're going to have that discussion in the context of open space?
Yes.
Okay.
I think that would be the appropriate place to have it.
Okay. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
What's next?
That is something that Open Space is dealing with, but I think it would be good for the public to hear it from the engineer.
Great, okay.
Also, I don't mean to take us on a different track, but I really think that it would be important to have Mr. Malavasi's input.
Just, again, I know requests were made by Recreation for work at DeHart Park. Continued maintenance work at DeHart Park, which is the money we spend every year to keep the field up under the organic maintenance program. As everyone knows, there have been some issues with the field off and on over the years. One of the issues that we continue to be dealing with is a drainage issue in the corner of the field and a couple other spots that our organic turf consultant that we have been dealt with has attributed to some compaction of the soil. The soil's been compacted and is very dense, and the water isn't draining through. I met with Public Works a few weeks ago on recreation, and this year they are taking an aggressive stance on aerating the field, which is basically the equipment drives holes in it, it opens the soil up, allows water to get in and drain through. With that aggressive aeration program, our consultant feels that it will help the situation quite a bit, which will alleviate the drainage, increase the playability of the fields, and increase the ability the time we can play on the fields. That being said, we met, and if this aggressive aeration does not alleviate the issue that we have, I've had conversations over the last couple of years with Public Works about this, and we made a decision that if that aggressive aeration program doesn't solve the problem, we're going to put together a set of documents to go out to bid to put in a few drains to help wick the water away. By wicking the water away, that will solve the issue of the playability in those areas and make them much more playable. It kind of goes against the organic, but it's something that's necessary. We have to get the water out because it's just hurting the grass.
Can you explain what you mean when you say putting drainage in goes against the organic?
Well, one of the premises of organic turf management, and again, I'm not an expert, but I've learned a lot over the last few years, is the additional organics in the soil retain moisture. Other than a regular, like a sand-based field, which requires constant watering, constant watering. The organic turf management allows that organic material to kind of retain the water. So putting drains in kind of takes away some of that water, but this is not a normal situation, and I think on the overall basis, we still want to follow that theory of maintaining the water in the soil, but in this particular spot where we have a compaction issue, it's more important to get the excess water. The soil will still retain the water, but we need to get that excess water out of the field to make it more playable.
I expressed my frustration to the Planning and Engineering Committee about this at our last meeting in language a little saltier than I'd be comfortable using on an open microphone. We've done a number of drainage projects in this field, and this feels like yet another drainage project. Did we have a problem with the previous one that didn't work right, and should we be going back to the contractor that did it and charging them back for some of this, or is this a new problem that didn't exist the last time we were in there? I think I'm getting these questions, and I think we should have some understanding of this and some statement of accountability and if it's a new problem, we should fix it.
It's a new problem.
If the organic methods are causing problems like this or preventing us from addressing problems like this, then perhaps they're not the best path for us to be following.
Or perhaps in that particular area, we could, move away from our goal of total organic field procedures. The bottom line is, we had a field, it wasn't good to begin with. We went out, had it done, there were some problems, and we did go back, we changed it, we got money back, we took care of all that.
Yes.
After that, we had these two areas, basically, where we have a drainage problem. It was designed to solve problems. It didn't solve every single problem. I'm not sure that, that's a dereliction of anybody's duties or responsibilities, or the fact that, the nature of the field. So we have to look at that. We have to see if this does solve the problem, the deep penetrating aeration. If it doesn't, let's go to what we have to do to get it. I mean, the bottom line is we want people to play on it as often as possible, and that's the goal that we have to have. If it means doing something contrary, well, then we're just going to have to do that.
I think it would be helpful. It would be helpful to me. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Right. No, because the frustration is that the staff, the team, tries to provide for the recreation use of all of this, but we can't control every single aspect of it. We take a step we think is going to solve it because it's been told to us by experts and blah, blah, blah. And then, we have some problems. It's just a little frustrating for us, that's
No,
all. And you too, I'm sure.
As I expressed to you at the meeting, it's this is out of the realm of engineering to the extent that when we build something, it either works or it doesn't work. It stays or it doesn't stay. This is a living thing, and it takes time and care, and it takes effort to make sure it works. And we're taking the steps to keep it within the organic realm as best we can and make it work.
I think it would be helpful to understand what it costs to keep it in the organic realm as opposed to not, and if keeping it in the organic realm is maximizing the amount of time that we can use these fields. I mean, if we're paying a premium, which I think we are, for an amount of use that would be less if we paid less, maybe we should think about changing direction. I'd like to understand those trade-offs.
I went again quickly through Chip Osborne's report, and the industry says that it costs about 20% more for organic turf management over the first 3 years. And then that cost hits a break point, and then it drops down to 20 to 25% less. Now, when we first started, after all the things that happened with the sod and all that, when we first started playing on this field was the fall of 2012. So we've been through 2 full years. So
We have another.
we have another, and we should hopefully reach that breaking point.
All right, so if I understand what you said, we are 2 years into a 3-year program where it costs us about 20% more than it would if we weren't doing organic methods. But after that, we should see, it should be 20% less, so we should see a 40% drop.
That's the industry.
From current.
Instead of being a
Oh, yeah,
20%
got it.
premium, it's
I
a
got
20%.
But also increased playability.
What's the playability for organic versus non-organic?
The industry claims it's the same.
Okay.
We have less playability now because of the drainage issue, but when that's resolved, the playability should be no less than a normally maintained field.
But the playability is not 100% because it's a grass field, we have to
Yes, I mean,
rest
any
it.
grass field has a playability limitation as opposed to, you had an artificial field that it's unlimited for the most part.
Those data are helpful to me, thank you very much. It's exactly what I asked for, thanks.
Okay, no questions, right? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you.
You're not
Next
going
up-
to stick around till the end, Tom?
Next up is finance, tax collection,
Oh, yes, right. Now enjoy
and
your
sewer
dinner.
collection. Yes, sir. You gonna switch over there, or just bring the microphone over?
I think I'm gonna bring the microphone.
Yeah, that's fine.
Because the wire's not going.
Here,
Yeah,
I'll give this to you, don't just,
Thank you, sir. Then I'm gonna bring that one to you.
don't worry.
Yeah. He's not gonna say anything, he's gonna leave you by yourself.
Hanging in the wind. Now, you know what? Everybody seems to be taking a little tiny break.
That's right, let's just keep going. They didn't read the agenda when there is a break after your
I think it's the
presentation, so. Go ahead, good morning.
Good morning, sir. I'm gonna make the first, let's say, proposal of the Finance Tax Collection Departments since I started here, which means that it didn't get it probably 100% to the level of completion that I wanted to get it. Given the circumstances that I came here, I had to step into a lot of tasks that have prevented me to get to the level of standards that I wanted to go, but that is just part of the goals that we have for 2015. In the meantime, in the narrative that I provided a few days ago, I indicated some of the accomplishments that we had in 2014, which was basically in a fly, and I also provided some other indicators, which I am going to go through it, and just probably focus on the most important ones, because I don't want to read the entire document.
No,
I
no,
don't-
no,
I don't
just
want to
go
get
through.
anybody bored.
How long have you been here now?
I've been here for 7 months, sir.
7 months, okay. So pick out some of the highlights. And could you move the microphone a little closer? Give it a yank. There you go.
I don't want to break it. I'll have to pay for it.
Yeah, put it in your budget now.
So yes, in my narrative, I'm talking about the core responsibilities of the finance department,
Which I think everybody is.
which
pretty
everybody knows
Right,
exactly.
right.
Everybody's pretty familiar with that, so I'm gonna jump straight up to the goals of 2015.
It's the highlight.
Yeah, just pick a few that you might want to highlight, because we've had a chance to look at all this already.
Talking about these ones, or?
Yeah. The goals for 215.
Okay.
Give them 3 at the top of what you think are the most important.
Yes, our first goal for 2015, as indicated in the narrative, is to attain a more efficient record-keeping system for financial and tax collection records. We have to make some improvements in that area, given the volume of transactions that we have. The volume of documentation record-keeping is vital for our department. Probably given to turnover in the office, given to lower staffing levels, that hasn't been kept to the level that I wanted to have it and that it is required by statutes. That's one of our goals, to organize it in 2015, and we already started with that process in 2014. Just couldn't continue. Wanted to get it done before 2015, but it's a big task. Another goal that we have is to continue cross-training for the finance and tax collection and sewer departments in order to provide better coverage and in terms of the level of service that we provide to our taxpayers. And that means when you can cross-train employees, you can get at the maximum level of productivity in both sides. They are in reality satisfied when they get cross-trained because they see the opening of window of opportunities for them in the job, but the department benefits better because if someone has to go on vacation, has to take a leave for whatever reason, the other person can't cover.
How many employees do you have in your department?
The moment we have basically one full-time in tax collection and one part-time. And then we have a payroll administrator, have an accounts payable person, and have the assistant CFO. We're talking about 3 individuals, just one,
4 full-time and 1
and one part-time. And that's quite a small department for the level of transactions that we have in a town this size. But good thing is that we have good workers. We have good employees. We have good employees that are always willing to go the extra length in order to provide services. Also, we would like to continue the tight oversight that we initiated of the budgetary performance for every department. We keep monitoring their transactions basically on a weekly basis just to make sure that their level of performance is compliant with what could be the guidelines of the governing body. We strive for every department to maintain within the budgets that has been approved for them, even though in some cases you have exceptional situations that you have to deal with and can be solved using some let's say techniques allowed by statutes. But for the most part, every department has to live up to the budget. That's a big responsibility that the finance officer has, just to make sure that they comply with what's stated in statutes. We have another important goal, which is in terms of staffing. I know this is not the best forum to discuss staffing levels, but that part-time employee that we have.
Yes, we're not going to talk about that,
Okay.
because you have 2 personnel requests. One is a merit-based and one is an increasing somebody's hours.
That is correct, sir.
Right, so I think we're going to, unless you want to just talk about in general, and I know you have your point here and
That's what I
your
wanted to
full-time
highlight,
cashier.
just the
So if
point.
you want to talk about that, but just don't talk about an existing person.
Okay, no, I know
yeah.
that. Thank you. And what I wanted to indicate in terms of that is, as a rule of thumb, a tax collection, sewer, utility collection department, for every 3,000 line items requires a cashier. And in this case, we have almost 7,300 line items just for tax collection. I didn't mention the sewer collection. Sewer bills are just larger. The amount is larger than the amount of bills for property taxes. Maybe talking about almost 7,400. To satisfy a productive part of the job in terms of collection of all of those bills is almost impossible. So it's overwhelming. Not only when the quarter is due, it is overwhelming almost on a daily basis. So that's something that I would appreciate if the governing body consider that we can extend the part-time to a full-time position in order to satisfy our needs better.
So we have 7,300 line items on our tax side.
Property
and
tax.
And then over 9,000 on the water side, sewer side, right?
On the sewer side, last time I checked, almost 7,400. So we're talking basically 15.
No, more than that. More than,
Well, our system was telling me 7,400. I'm not yet fully familiar with the amount of bills.
all right, we'll have, because, okay. We've heard different numbers in the past because the 7,300 is the property structures, and the 9,000 is like a two-family house or multiple accounts, apartments, things like that.
Don't we have for, commercial businesses and
Right,
by square
right.
footage and things like
And
that, so that's.
commercial businesses goes by the type of business, too. Laundromats get charged more than restaurants.
But the bottom line, I think you understand.
Yes, you're saying that we have a high volume and we don't have sufficient staffing.
That is correct.
That's the
sir.
bottom line, right?
And of course, and you're talking about quite a consensus finance officer. I've tried to keep as much as I can with the staff that I have, but this I have to bring it up to your attention because in reality
Great.
it's been challenging.
All right, well, let's take a look at your line items. They're pretty in line with last year.
Yes.
You had one on, in your finance, 130, 101, where you say reduction in S&W departmental expenses.
Yes, we are getting savings of $6,000. The appropriation for 2014 was $279,000. For 2015 is $273,000. That's a decrease of $6,000 expressed by the decrease in salaries and wages of the new incumbent of the finance department, which means my predecessor was, had a larger salary.
And just so we're clear about the sewer tax, the sewer fee that we pay, now, the majority of that goes right to, it comes to us, and then we pay the joint meeting of Union and Essex County, right?
That is correct.
But we administer the billing, so we pay for that part out of the sewer.
Yes, we have to pay a quarter bill to the joint meeting, which is quite a large bill. And also, we appropriate funds for the capital items, because they have come up with a capital plan every 3 to 5 years, which is kind of expensive. And so on a pragmatic basis here, we appropriate on an annual basis what is like a reserve just to pay for those capital items.
You know, we don't have those sheets, right?
Which sheets are you talking?
How much goes towards
No,
the...
we don't, you don't have a breakdown. We can get you a breakdown of
Because
that.
that follows up on Mr. Ryan's comment about, if we're going to do some changes in
Yeah.
the sewer in Maplewood Village, it would be nice to know how much we have to do
And
that.
actually, we already had a conversation, and that was what Mr. Malavasi was referring to. He thought the money that we put aside was for capital projects. Well, it is, but it's not for our capital projects. It's actually to pay the joint meeting for the capital projects that they do, our share of them. We have about $17,900 in a trust fund from over the years that we've put in there. So we may have to adjust that a little, or adjust, depending upon what the figure is to do that. So we do have to deal with this issue, and that's, Mr. Ryan, was the answer. We have about 17,000. We don't know how much that additional thing is going to be, and once we do, we'll start to work on it.
Well, we know how much we're going to add to that from this year's sewer collection, right? Or we can estimate.
Yeah, I don't have that figure right at the moment, but
I didn't mean tell
Right.
me, but that number's going to go up.
Yes.
From this year's sewer billing. Is our joint meeting assessment? This is really for Ms. Leventhal, actually. Our joint meeting assessment isn't changing. There's no large capital bump expected from.
not this year.
Not this year,
Good.
but
That's what.
it does occur in cycles.
Yeah.
Regular cycles.
Yeah, our joint
In fact, we
meeting,
went down.
right. I'm trying to find it here. Joint trunk, we went from 1,742,000 last year to 1,692,000 this year. So that's a $50,000 decrease.
Ms. Leventhal.
I'd like to point out for the public that the sewer tax and all the sewer work is a separate trust fund. Money goes into it to cover every aspect of the costs associated with the waste sewers, and money is only used for that. It's not, does not go into the general budget, is only used for that, to be very definite.
Good clarification. That's why I mention sometimes word utility, because still in my mind, I have the concept of a separate utility when it comes to sewer. That's basically how it is managed in almost every place.
Okay, now, we did get, we do have your 2 personnel requests, but again, because you've made it clear on the other one that you need more work, and then you have a merit increase, and we're not discussing merit here.
Yes.
And you have a promotion, new title for someone, too. So we'll take these up in another manner, not
Understood.
publicly. Do you have anything more for us? Are we in good shape?
We are in good shape.
Tax collection rate is at what now?
99 point something %. I cannot tell you the specific figure because it's crunching the numbers, but next week we're going to know what is the final number. It's over 99%. That's very good.
And is that on par with years before? Is that the same? Or?
It's a lot better than years before.
Right.
In fact, I think it is the first time that we're going to break that ceiling in the last probably 2 decades.
So that will affect our the amount we have to reserve for uncollected
It
taxes.
has a direct
We'll
effect
reduce it,
in the
right?
reserve for uncollected taxes, because the reserve for uncollected taxes basically uses the net assets valuation versus the percentage of collection. That's going to decrease the reserve, which in turn benefits the tax rate.
Right, okay. Good. Anything else? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
We're not going to take a break. I'm sorry, anybody from the public have a question for our finance? Anything from the internet?
Got anything, Liz? From the internet?
No.
Okay, so we're going to take a break, and we'll be back here in 15 minutes. Okay. It'll be at 10:45 a.m.
Run that far ahead?
Are we off?
I'm
or on?
fine with doing
Yeah.
it. Can we run that far ahead?
you give her an open public record request?
We're on.
Anybody here?
All right,
Oh, we got a minute.
we're going to start in close to...
Five.
We're gonna start soon.
4, 3, 2.
Hurry up.
You know, it's strange because,
What?
you know, we're in this public room, and I feel you have to go by that public
No, you
clock.
have to go by that. That's the clock we all use.
Yeah,
I go now.
even though it's, looks like it's
We're
about
talking about the time. not when
22
you're
seconds.
going.
All right, Ms. Fritzen,
Easy there, big fella.
come on up. Come on down. The price is right.
Come on down.
Don't forget to speak into the microphone.
I don't have to anymore.
Can you hear me?
What?
Yes. Well,
You don't have to have it.
Yeah, Joker here,
know.
he's next to you.
Can you hear me?
All
I'll be
right,
doing the Township Committee first.
so, if you have any highlights you want to mention for either 14 or 15?
I'll mention a few, Mayor.
Okay.
One of the things I did want to mention was you will notice,
Closer
At-
to the
at-
microphone.
at the
yes.
at the tail end mostly of 2014 and to current, we've been using a different program for agendas, for minutes, to go in a digital way. It's a Civic Plus program, which we actually had. It's not costing anything extra. And I have to thank Caesar for educating myself, my assistant, and we're still learning, of course, but as you'll notice, the public can now even click on the document that's all a part of the agenda and get to the ordinance, and it just is making everything as we want it, right out there for the public with all the postings that we do. So I think,
You want to thank,
These are now that he's here.
Caesar, I thank you for educating myself and the assistant. We still have a lot to learn, but it's Caesar who's helped us get with the Civic Plus. I thank you.
Part of the overall goal is to go more and more electronic and be accessible to the public, and that was one of the steps.
Since we're on that subject.
Yes.
So, I have the impression that we're very satisfied with Civic Plus.
Yeah.
I have the impression that there's no issues. I remember one of the things we were concerned about when we first turned them up was, you know, would there be adequate training? Would we be able to do the stuff that we need to do in-house? And the impression I'm getting is that we have no need to worry about that. These folks are great to work with. You're getting all the training you need, and you're able to deploy it through the town, and that's terrific.
Yes, I actually had a meeting with them last week. We have a new representative. They came in to visit us. They wanted to introduce themselves. They wanted to get feedback as to what kind of things we're looking for them to do for us if we need any help, how we're finding the modules that they have available for us to use. Kind of just checking in, making sure that everything that we need is there, is available, is functional, very responsive. Just an overall very pleasant working experience with them.
Yeah, I mean, from the outside looking in, and you know, I check it out on the app every once in a while. It really looks terrific. So if it's as good in-house as it seems to be on the outside, that's great news.
One of the things, you know, the goal was to continue with the minutes from one meeting to the next, which we have been able to do. As far as the Civic Plus program, it saves so much time. I'm able to go back into the program, make the corrections before the minutes are actually published and given out to yourselves and posted up, where it used to be, you know, pretty much by hand reading and then going back and making the corrections. So I like it.
could you talk a little bit about the process of the minute taking? So we have it recorded here, and then you have one of your
Okay.
staff people.
Yeah, the minute process, the minute-taking process for Township Committee meetings is, the recorder is on a Viking flash disk. We also DVD record it, and, well, let me say first that the minutes are transcribed from the flash drive disk by the assistant. And On the DVDs, obviously we're live. Then we go out at least 2 more times, the township committee meetings up on Somacom. And initially, the DVD is immediately after the meeting or the next morning loaded up to the web.
And with the minutes, after they're transcribed, you look at them, and then the township committee approves them with any changes before they're made public? Is that correct?
Township committee after they're transcribed, I give them an approval, make my corrections, then they go to the township committee. They are also posted up on the web.
At the same time? And so if there's a correction at a township committee, how do you deal with that?
Just go back and make the correction and repost them amended. With Civic Plus, the ability that I have is to make the corrections and publish and post. There is no lag time, like I can't not put them up once they're corrected. I don't think it's been a problem, because if we have corrections or additions, we just go back, make those, note it, and post them back up.
Great.
I just want to point out that if you make any changes or amends to it, when you look them up on the website, it does indicate that something was amended.
Okay.
Great. Thank you.
Okay, some other, I just want to bring up a couple of more achievements in 2014. One of the things that we did last winter, which was a pretty big project and achievement, but over the course of 4 Saturdays last winter, we completely organized the downstairs vault and labeled things, and we are able to not even inventory historic materials, but just materials in general that are 20 years old. You're looking for a resolution from 20 years ago, we can find it. And that was, of course, over 4 Saturdays. We continue to keep up with general code. If you notice, if you go on the website, you can click on our code, and it's completely up to date, even if they haven't put the codification together. But every ordinance is sent to a thing called Easy Supplement, and it's posted right up. We also made some changes with the Excel spreadsheets for registrars for the marriages. We've been having a lot of them, as you know, and the registrar has made some changes that I think are good for tracking, and I wanted to bring that to your attention. So for 2000,
I'll try your new system out soon.
what's that?
I'll try your new
I know
system
you
out
will.
soon.
I don't want to say that.
Marriage
One of the
license.
goals for 2015, can I go to 2015 now? We're
Yes.
working on a lot of education. I'm happy to say that the assistant to the township clerk is taking classes towards certification, which is helping the department greatly with some increased knowledge. And as we speak today, she's in her 3rd class, the finance class, and I think that's important, to have people that are in a small staff be able to be educated enough to answer the questions that do come up. So right now it's the finance class, and she's already taken the intro and the advanced. There'll be 3 more classes and then the state exam. So the goal is to continue that. If you have any questions.
Any questions on the narrative? I have one item. It's salaries and wages, Township Committee, 110-101. The salary of the Township Committee has been $3,550 for as long as I can remember.
The salary of the Township Committee has not changed since 1995.
Right.
At least.
No, that's it, 1995.
So I would suggest that we try to bring this up to a flat $4,000 apiece, because I think it is,
20?
You know, I don't think people run for office to make any money here, but I think that our costs are going up for the various activities that we support and events that we attend, and I just think that we ought to consider just bringing it up to $4,000 and you know, revisit this every few years, because I think that there's some value to what we do, and it have it, I guess, not looked at for 20 years is probably not a good idea. Thoughts?
It is true that the not-for-profits that contact us, which is all of them, have their events, especially charitable events, have increased in cost. I could go either way, so.
Mr. Bradley?
I could go either way as well. But on the other hand, I wonder if there's any symbolism, even though it may be in the grand scheme of things, nickels and dimes, that we're trying to stick to a 2% on everything. And admittedly, this hasn't been revisited in 20 years, but this is a little more, that would be a little more than that number. Yeah, so I realize, you know, it doesn't make or break things, but there's maybe a little bit of symbolism in there.
Yeah, I mean, the total is $2,250.
Yeah.
That's
Right.
Yeah, I know.
That's
what I'm saying. In a grand-
Overall,
Increase.
increase
Overall
is
for
2,000.
In the total amounts,
Yeah.
I understand. It's just the percentage.
Yeah.
You know, it's symbolic more than anything.
Mr. Manning?
Many other township committees are provided with cell phones, which cost money. You use your own cell phones. They have postage accounts. You don't use any of those. iPads. I mean, a myriad of things that you use in your own issues. You know, so you know, if we had to provide that, it would certainly be a lot more than the additional $2,500 a year.
I understand, but again, we're asking everybody else to tighten their belts.
Well, I was thinking I could likewise go either way, though I would lean closer to agreeing with the mayor for the reason that Mr. Manning suggested, because when I was thinking about some of the issues that we don't have to pay for, and when we've been very careful to say we want people to come forward. We want people to come forward and do this job. Right. Yes, at the risk of ourselves not being allowed to do it any longer, but we want people to come forward and do this job. And if it's financially prohibitive or financially onerous, people will not. And there are a lot of good people out there who I think, and that extra money won't make or break anyone necessarily, but it just does make it a little more palatable. And then we can go another 20 years.
Or not, but at least it starts to have that conversation. I know we tried to do it a couple of years ago, but I think it was inconsistent with what we were doing then, having just come off some layoffs and things like that, but,
Gotcha.
I changed to a positive on that because of what Mrs. Lariat just said in terms of,
well, I'm gonna move a motion that we instruct the administration to work on bringing this up to 4,000.
I'll second that.
Any further conversation? Please call the roll. Please call the roll.
Mr. Lariat? I'm going
Yes.
out of order. Mr. Ryan?
Yeah.
Ms. Leventhal?
yes,
Mr. Brownlee?
It's just a symbolism. I'm going to say no.
Mayor DeLuca?
Yes. You're not gonna get yours now.
Heaven knows I could use it. Heaven knows I could use it. Okay, so.
Okay.
All right.
Anything more on the township committee budget?
No,
Nope.
Anything on the township clerk budget?
no.
Want to make some motions to raise the money?
What? You mean fees? No, that's later.
Am I finished?
Yes.
Thank you.
Anything, oh, hold on. Do we have any questions on the internet? Nothing?
Are you sure?
Okay.
How do you like the microphone?
What? Well, you know, the test is going to be Mr. Desiderio.
He's already been emailing me.
Oh, yeah, no, we've been watching.
Yeah.
Okay. Next up is administration, human resources, redevelopment, legal, and information technology.
I would just like to tell the Township Committee first that I have texted the library director, and she will be here at 11:30 rather than 12:30, so we can, move that up, because I
Okay.
think a half an hour is probably plenty of time here. But,
For you, yes. Or less.
Maybe less. Okay, so...
Poquito.
Pardon?
Poquito.
Poquito. Oui. Okay, so the big accomplishments, the big picture ones, of course, are hiring the CFO and certified tax collector this year. As you know, what the transition was like, and so it was difficult, and that was moving that along as quickly as I could. We hired a new public works director, which has only been here 2 months, but has a good presence to him, and I think he's going to be a good member of the team. We completed moving from Rutgers IT services to a shared service, another shared service with South Orange, where we're buying services from them for IT, and that has worked out really well. Future goals include another shared service with South Orange, where we're buying animal control services from South Orange, hopefully, and that's being developed, and we're working on that now. So that's a 2015 goal. We're going to, once again, hit our township employee policies and procedure manuals. This is a big task because things change constantly, and we want to, every time we get a picture and, we take a picture of where it is, then things change. So we're just going to do it, go ahead, train people, and then we'll catch up on the next revision of it for things that have changed since then. And we're working on a long-term information technology plan. We're really looking at how are we going to get more e-friendly in terms of people taking our using forms online, paying online, things like permits, and we're going to go through the whole thing. We're looking at actually bringing in someone from the outside who does this. He looks at people's plans, helps them formulate a plan, working with South Orange, working with us. We're looking towards the future. Are we going to be more cloud-based? Are we going to be, more in-house? Where are redundancies concerned? How are we going to deal with them? So that's another project for this year. And 2 others is we're going to continue our green cleaning products move to try to finalize that. We have been experimenting with that. And lastly, we have negotiations. All our contracts are up this year, so about September we start moving that forward. So that takes a lot of time, a lot of preparation and information gathering, etc. So those are my goals, our department goals.
Can I just ask a question on the meeting with Irvington? Has anything developed from it?
There was a little hiccup over there that we just kind of stepped away from a little while. There was but that seems to be settled now. So we will get back in touch. I will contact the administrator and see where we can move forward on anything if there is. They're really, when we sat down and we looked at it, they're more like a square peg and, with a round hole. I'm not sure what we could do. They need services like, for example, court services, but they have a very overwhelming demand. And that we probably, we're not sure we can have our demands and theirs met at the same place. But we will look further into it, and even if we just connect on them periodically to see and keep the relationship open.
I still think that the whole thing on the fire department and automatic response is something we have to keep talking in public safety about, because it just brings firefighters to our emergencies quicker. And of course, it makes us go too, but we're already going.
Yes. Okay. I think.
Yes, I'm sorry.
I just,
Hold on.
Wanted to actually just comment before we move on to the actual numbers. Mr. Manning, it says here you hired a new CFO, you hired a new Public Works Director.
I recommended them to be hired.
A little while ago, you, an assistant administrator, and I have been really very, I guess, impressed with the people that you have brought to us. And the fact that two of them are sitting here, and we're very pleased with them. I believe, so far, we're very pleased with Mr. Bell. And I want to thank you for that on the record, because I think you've done a wonderful job. I think you've done a great job. When I see your assistant, and I was just contemplating how he stepped in easily when you were not here. And I think that's great, because part of your abilities are training people to come up behind you. Not that I want to see you go, but I just want to commend you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
You know, of those 4 people, actually, that you did hire, your assistant in your office, the assistant administrator, chief financial officer, and DPW, all 4 were people of color, 3 Latinos, 1 African American, and I think that's something also that we want to compliment you on. We have a commitment here to diversify our workforce, and you've taken that seriously, and I think have been an example for other departments, for the departments and other people to do. So, just want to congratulate you on that.
Kudos to you.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a shame Cesar isn't working out as well as we'd hoped. No.
I just want to say
Bradley?
that from day one, I was told that. Diversify, and I have made that a goal. And thank you for recognizing my progress in that.
Mr. Bradley?
From an, back to your comments about the sort of IT infrastructure standpoint, I'll call it, if you would, in terms of the things you're thinking about. One of the things you mentioned was that part of that would involve discussions with South Orange as well. Is the Board of Education also part of that dialogue? And if not, could I suggest that in some cases they might be? Obviously, from an application-specific standpoint, their needs are completely different. But there are some things from an infrastructure standpoint that we might be able to, from a economies of scale standpoint, piggyback on, since we do have a shared school district.
Yes, we will see where there are possibilities for sharing with the Board of Education.
Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Ryan, I'm sorry.
Just a couple things. Mr. Manning, I'm not sure if this is in your budget or somebody else's budget, but you did remind us that we're entering into contract negotiations this year, so I assume that somewhere we're setting aside a little money for Labor Council.
Yep.
That's under legal, yes, we did.
Right.
And it'll come up in these.
Great.
Under
Okay.
legal.
I'm extremely pleased to hear that your feeling is that the IT work, the IT arrangement, the shared service with South Orange is working well. That's extremely good news. I would encourage you and your staff, if there's something more that we could consider asking them to do for us, and even more expansion than we're already doing, I think that would be a good thing for us overall. To the question about, or to the point you raised about wanting to be more paperless, I just wanted to make you aware that Ms. Larry and I had exchanged a message. I had some constituents who were, renewing their animal licenses say, well, I had to call up, I had to get a thing mailed to me, and then I had to mail it back, and couldn't there be a way that we could just,
Yes.
an ultimate goal, while an ultimate goal would be, here's a form that I fill in on the web and I press a button and I PayPal it, and intermediate steps, I think we should encourage our department heads as well. So, at some point it would be nice if you could fill this form out online, blah, 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 but for now, why don't you download this PDF and fill it out and send it in, save ourselves a stamp. So I would encourage you to think of the paperless, I encourage the paperless discussion, and I would encourage you and your staff to think of it as incremental along the way toward a goal, as opposed to a flat turnover.
Yes. And we actually do have, a lot of our forms are in
No, absolutely.
PDF on the web for people. They could do that and send us when they don't actually have to provide or be there in person. And that's what we want to get to is, we don't need them to come in and spend their precious time.
Absolutely,
Right.
absolutely. And-
We
and,
will.
you know, yes,
Yes.
great. And that's all I have. Thanks.
All right.
Okay.
So we have the administrative and executive, which is 20, 100, 100, and 101, which is salary and wages, which
Right.
they
I
are.
have a question
Yes.
on 100-220, boards and commissions.
Yes, wait, 220, 220, okay, got it, yes.
Okay, so I see we're going down 7,500, but there's a note here, Mayor's Council for Rollway River Watershed Flood Control. We're going to be making
Yeah,
a $5,000 contribution this year.
yes, so that will come, so what we did was, in that 220 used to be our contribution to YouthNet, but everyone else has been carved out.
Got it.
So I carved it out for YouthNet under the last one, 227.
Okay.
And so that leaves us 10,000, 5 of which will go to, I think there's a
rollway.
resolution, did we pass it, or
We're
is
going
it
to
coming
pass
up?
it. We agreed, and we're going to
Right.
formally pass it.
So that would be 5,000 there, and then there's for, like,
Another
environmental
5,000, right,
people and
right,
all that
right.
who want to,
Okay.
all right?
Yep,
Got it.
got it now. I see the YouthNet is new, yes. Okay.
I have a question. Mayor.
Yes.
Mr. Manning, can you just explain 100, 100, 226?
226.
That's farmer's market.
Yes. Well, so when we start with the farmer's market, typically we have no money in the budget and we have to charge something, but it pays for itself because fees come in, but they come in later. So usually we have to get online with our advertising and things, and we have to, so that's kind of there to do that, but then we reimburse it.
So the reason I'm asking is it looks, you know, so we budget for nothing and we have a negative.
Well, yeah, but that was, what would have happened there in that negative? It came from,
That's basically a charge without an appropriation.
okay, I'm back here. So, our last year's program cost us $1,504.68 more than we took in. Because we did several things, different things additional. So,
But I
that's
guess-
what it is. We hope to run it at nothing. Yes.
Go ahead, Mr.
But I guess I kind of had the same question. Why would this not be just like any other budget item where you budget something and then you run ahead or behind, and then at the end of the year you have a plus or minus, just like any other line item? Why is this one not budgeted? I guess why isn't it just budgeted at whatever it is, 5,000, and then it's either like it would have been 6,500 as the actual, and we're behind by. Why is it budgeted at 0? If we know we're going to do it.
I'm not opposed to the program, I'm just, I
like it.
Let's have him answer the question.
All right, because it's a trust, so we put it in as a trust. And typically, you set up trusts for programs that you're starting, but you really don't know if they're going to be successful. So you put up the trust, when the money comes in, the money goes out. After about 3 years, you say, oh, this is working and we know how much it costs. So we can then transfer it over to the budget. Let me look again at this and the figures in the last several years and see if we should be doing that for a certain amount of money.
Yeah, that's all.
Okay, that's
I'm
fair.
sorry, when you say it's a trust, this is not like a regular program that we have, this is part of,
What we do is we establish it as a program, but we don't have an other expenditure line for it. So what we count on is the revenues that come in versus, that's where we would
Guide
take
you.
expenses. So we do that for about 3 years, and then we figure out, what it should be. So what we could do is then put the number in for recommended operating, and then offset it with the revenue. So maybe that's what we need to do this year, and we'll look at that now.
how do we determine that something's going to be a trust as opposed to a budget item?
Basically, a new program.
Any new program is always going to be a
Well,
trust?
I can't say any, I'm not sure, but any new program that we're taking revenue in for and then spending money out of, expenditures out of. So we don't want to we don't want to establish a line if it's really not going to work. If it's a program that's a failure, for example, then we have to keep it on the line, then we have to keep it in the budget for 5 years of 4 years of zeros before we can eliminate it. So it's just kind of a record keeping.
sorry,
Like, did
so-
you have a program in mind, like?
Well, no, I was wondering, for instance, we didn't set the woodland up as a trust.
The what?
The woodland. that
Yeah,
I
we have a
remember.
trust for the woodland.
It was set up as a trust.
We have we have a revenue trust, right?
It is on the recreation is set up in the trust. So the woodlands is falls within that category, technically is a trust.
Yes, so it was established under recreation. We have recreation trusts, and then we have sub-accounts.
Okay,
And the woodland was one of them, is one of them, sorry.
okay.
Okay. Let's go to the labor attorney. This is something Mr. Ryan asked about. It's 105-201.
Right,
So we're adding money, adding a $20,000
Yeah.
increase to the budgeted amount last year, and that's because we expect the labor contracts.
yeah, and we expect grievances and et
Right.
cetera.
Okay.
And the contracts all expire at the end of this year?
Yes,
By design.
Is that true for the library too?
yes.
Yes. Is there CWA?
Okay, thank you.
They were, we got 4 years, and then everybody agreed to go for 5 years,
Right.
right? So this was it was a big,
By design.
big agreement. You know, we all worked to get them to go with that additional year, so.
I assume we felt that was a good thing, and given an opportunity to do something similar, we might want to think about that again, or?
And then if you look at 155-203, that's the legal services. We're increasing that because we anticipate some major appeals.
Yes, we have at least one really big tax appeal. And we need expert witnesses, and there's research, analytics, all that involved. I spoke with Mr. Desiderio. He felt that we could decrease item 206, which is miscellaneous legal, from 60 to 10, and up 203 from 45 to 80.
Okay. And then, Economic Development, 170-203, we're not renewing the contract with JGSC. That's,
Yeah.
so we're reducing 170-203 from 60 to 45.
Right, because I know there had been discussions about looking at the redevelopment zones on Springfield Avenue, and so that kind of thing would pay the consultants' fees for looking at that.
Right.
But we still have money if we need JGAC in there.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna use them on a as-needed basis as opposed to retainer.
Right. Okay. Then we're at information technology, 140.
Right.
Any questions? Yeah, we, under software, last year, we realized, actually, Mr. Correa realized by looking at our Civic Plus, we had a module there that could do the similar thing rather than separate and, a separate contract. So that saved us $6,000 last year. And then he also looked at the other things that we're talking about with the clerk's office, So the Civic Plus, he's been investigating and getting deeper and deeper into it so that we can use it more efficiently and develop it.
That's excellent, so that vendor is saving us money. Sweet,
Yes, yes.
nicely done.
Okay, with the line items, we have one personnel request and two capital requests.
Let me see. Wait a minute. Do we do? Oh yeah. Okay. What's the person? Oh. After all this? Oh.
Go by the clerk.
PD one?
And go back.
Go back.
I got it. Okay. Yes. So we had spoken about the public defender, and I was actually wrong. I thought we were giving them $8,000. It turned out it was $6,900 for. We have two of them. They each get $6,900, which, for example, South Orange pays theirs $24,000, and so we're suggesting that we raise them to $12,000 each, which would be about equivalent to the $24,000 that the one person is getting in South Orange, so that we can keep good people here, or if they're not staying, at least we can attract better candidates for
Yeah, we had a
public
problem.
defenders.
We have a problem attracting or keeping
Yeah.
one of the public defenders. So we're suggesting Mr. Manning and Mr. Desiderio spoke to me about this, and we said, well, let's take a look at South Orange and see what they're paying, and then we could just split it in half here. So
So there
And
are, right.
we have a vacancy now, and our current person is covering, and,
we have a vacancy now.
yeah, no, we have vacancy,
Okay.
yeah, no, but, so I know that we do, and so our current
Right.
person is now covering both.
But Mr. Desiderio is reviewing that in light of the possible change and trying to find out if that person wishes to continue. And he said he would know early
Oh, great, okay.
next week, Monday or Tuesday. So,
Then you have two capital requests, 1501.
yeah, is our life cycle of our equipment. As you know, we keep equipment more than 5 years. Typically, it's 6 or 7, even our software. We've been in the process of having our software upgraded because the versions that we're using on our machines are no longer going to be supported. So we're looking, this is for hardware to replace computers, et cetera, as we need them. And it's $10,000, and we just keep it. And if we spend $9,000, well, that means if you give us 10 next year, we have 11. That kind of thing. We just keep it. We don't know exactly how many we're going to need, but they're usually about 1,000.
And they do, part of our contract is that they'll do maintenance on them if there's a...
Oh, yeah.
If there's a problem, they'll come over and...
Yeah.
Right. So, what ends up happening in industry, right, is you have a contract where every X number of years, things just get refreshed. Are we de facto implementing the same kind of thing here?
Yes,
Yeah.
on a twice the amount of years. Usually
yeah.
they do it every 3, we do it about every 6.
That's fine.
Well, that was that one. And the next one is for the affordable housing contribution. I think we have about $23,000 worth in it. Now, typically it costs about $20,000. What?
23?
Yes.
23. Typically it costs each person who's going to get money, it's typically about $20,000 that they receive. And typically we do 2 a year. We're going to try, I think we're in the half of one from last year, so we want to finish that one and get at least 2, if not 3, in 2015. Now, the issue is, of course, people have to qualify. It's really a process, and people must really want this money because it's a lengthy process in terms of interviewing them, and once they're okay, they have to get a contractor, and they have to agree to the contractor, and et cetera, et cetera. So we need more money. We had money in the past, but we have slowly eaten that up, and I think we've gone through, I think, 91 rehabs? Was it 91? Over the course of...
No, we're due to do 91. We're required to do 91.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
we've done, I'm going to report on this Tuesday night, but
Okay.
we've done a bunch already.
yeah.
And we have 91 scheduled to
Yeah.
do, which is $1.8 million.
Right. Which I think there was a couple of years which we were slow in terms of getting the people. They qualified, then they didn't qualify. So we didn't feed the meter, so to speak. So now we're making sure every year we do.
There's two things here. One is that with the sale of the post office, we may have some money that comes in for this, so we can just figure out how that works. It'll just go right into
It'll
our
just go
fund.
in there, and then
But
next year
I'm-
we would...
Yeah, I'm not saying that we shouldn't do this.
Yeah.
I think on top.
I know.
Second is that the Affordable Housing Board has talked a little bit about some new ideas of either getting some foreclosed properties back on the rolls. So I may come back after some of our work and suggest that this 75 be added a little bit to it. So, but because that's actually a public purpose. If we could get those vacant, foreclosed units back, somebody living there, meet the COA requirements, and get them back on the rolls, I think that would be something we want to try to do. So,
Excellent.
yes.
What did we put in for 2014?
For this?
75.
That's what I thought.
75.
So then maybe I just need to clarify this. It says we will rehabilitate 2 properties approved. So that was only the approval in 2014, anticipating doing the projects in 2015, yes? I mean, we're not
No,
paying for projects from last year with this money, are we?
no.
Okay, all right, then I
No.
get it.
There are two families actually that are ready to go. There's 11 people on the list. There's 2 families that are ready to go.
They were assessed.
But we only have 23,000.
Right.
So that would only take care of one.
No, I totally understand.
Got
I
it.
just want to be.
So when they're done in this year, there are this year's project.
Okay, any questions for Mr. Manning? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you for coming.
Are
Okay.
you going to be alone, or you have somebody else coming with you?
But not lonely.
All right, next up is the library. Thank you for coming early.
That's real good, Cesar. That's real cool about that module that they have. That's really good. Thanks. No, it's great.
Where should I sit?
Yeah, middle? Oh, okay.
Thank you, Sarah. Did we buy them the capital money last week?
I did not.
Library.
Oh, you want it at a library function?
Yes.
Oh,
Now, just so everybody is clear, we got some
all right.
additional information from the library?
Yes.
We got no questions for Mr. Manning on your email, right? And there's nobody here from the public left, so.
Okay.
Okay, library.
Walk you through it.
What we're asking is if you would like to give us a couple of highlights of 2014, some of your goals of 2015, and then we can go into your requests. You have you have a request for some additional funds for 2015, and then you also have, I think, 3 capital items?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Well, 2014 was a big year at the library. We joined a consortium of 75 libraries in northern New Jersey, which really expanded our services immensely, and the public has been extremely grateful. And for that, I'm very grateful to the Township Committee for supporting the investment in the consortium. And I think we are just, it's just beginning, but every day I hear comments from the public about how important it is to them. And just last week, a man came in, a Maplewood resident who had over $100 in fines, and he said, "What can I do? I have to be able to access Buckles." And he uses this, people are getting all sorts of things for their jobs, for their families. And I said, "You have to pay your fine." And he said, "I will." And so he paid it, and he said, "Thank you." And, just yesterday, a whole bunch of materials came in for him. So it's something that it's become necessary for people. And we hear comments like this every day. The other thing that happened last year, along with that, our staff really had to change all sorts of ways that they provide services in Maplewood, and I'm also extremely proud of them for being able to, we had to change over to a whole new computer system, lots of different policies, and really with the goal of providing the best customer experience that we can provide. And I think that's something that we'll continue to work on, but it's very important, and it's sort of at the backbone of everything we do. And so it's been a big process, and at the same time, 940 people walked in our doors every day. We circulated almost 235,000 items. Of those, 6,000 were ebooks, which is a 12% increase from the year before. And 62,845 public computer sessions were logged on our computers. We have about 70 public computers at both of our buildings. And this was a 14% increase from the year before. So usage is up, and it's very interesting to note because as I think the common perception is that as more people have their own devices, that would change, and we have just not seen that at the library. And at the same time, the school system is requiring of all of their students that all of their work be done pretty much on Google Drive. So the students in our district have to have access to Wi-Fi, have to have access to computers, and they're coming to the library to do that. So that's been that's sort of, I think, the crux of the biggest increase in the public computer usage. But we've been able to meet that demand, and that's, we'll continue to do that.
You told me a statistic the other night of the number of children, the percentage of children in town that
Right.
don't have internet at home.
But from what I understand, so the school district did a telephone survey asking if we did have people with students in the district had internet access at home, and it's 15% of our students do not.
Mr. Brownlee.
Just, since you asked the question, I didn't want to interrupt, but since you already interrupted,
Right.
Right.
do you, out of curiosity, the public computer usage overall 14% up and over 62,000 sessions, do you know the breakdown of the main branch versus Hilton?
I could tell you that breakdown,
Okay.
but I don't have that figure
Okay.
in front of me right now, but I can certainly send that to you.
Okay, I'd be curious from two perspectives. One, just in terms of the absolute number, but also the percentage rates for each. I'd be curious whether or not it's going up faster at the Hilton branch or
I think
faster at the main
anecdotally,
library.
I could tell you, just walking into both of our buildings, our computers are all in use, everywhere.
I hold my office
But-
hours at the Hilton branch, and whenever I go there, I see that they're all packed. So
And the same is true at the main.
So,
So, it's interesting. And at the main library, we have a teen zone, and after between 3 and 5, we reserve those computers specifically for teens. And that has also been an issue because, the teens need it. But adults are like, why can't I get on those computers? And that's, it's important that we allow that access for them. So sometimes we can't even meet the demand.
Okay, thank you.
The other thing that we've done, that we did with capital funds last year and the year before, we did a Wi-Fi upgrade at both the Main and Hilton, and that was combined with township funds and private funding. And so that has been huge. So both the Main and the Hilton now have, upgraded Wi-Fi connections, and with that, we can now get statistics of how many Wi-Fi usages there are. And so in December, at the Main, we had 2,288, and at Hilton, 570. So that was just in December, on top of our public computer usage. And that number will just go up.
Could you talk about 2015, what you hope to do?
So we worked very hard on, on building our collections and our resources, and now I think it's time to really look at our physical plants and really decide what we're going to need for the future as far as our buildings and how we house these collections and provide technology, and whether our current structures can meet those needs. I can tell you, for an example, in our main reading area, we have at most 8 outlets to use for the public.
Electrical outlets.
Electrical outlets, which, every day someone's coming up to me saying, where can I plug in my laptop? And it's sort of embarrassing when I have to tell them that, show them the spots where they can do this, and it's very, very limited. So there's just very basic needs like that, and then bigger needs that we have to address.
Those charging stations like they've been putting into airports,
Yeah.
little
Right.
tables with plugs right there in the middle of the...
Right.
Good, it's a good problem to have, right? You have a lot of customers to serve.
We do.
And they just need a slightly different,
Right.
good place to be.
And the other thing that we did, that we started in 2014, we started our first Maplewood Ideas Festival, and that was really a celebration of the talent and creativity in and of this community. And it was a great festival, and we gave our first Maplewood Literary Award, and that went to Judith Yorst, who is a very noted children's book author and who grew up in Maplewood. This year, our Maplewood Ideas Festival will be in March of this year, and we have an even, a more incredible lineup. And this will start from March 14th through the 30th, and it includes our Maplewood Literary Award will go to Paul Auster this year, and that will be on March 28th. We also have Mark Morial, who is the president and CEO of the National Urban League and was the mayor of New Orleans in the 90s. He will be speaking, as well as the internationally known architects Richard Meyer and Peter Eisenman. And anybody watching the Super Bowl on Sunday will be watching the Super Bowl played in a Peter Eisenman stadium. So he designed that stadium, among other things. And Richard Meyer is probably most noted for the Getty Museum in Los Angeles, but he's won the Pritzker Award, which is the highest award given in architecture internationally. So these are all of these people are either in our community or from our community, and it's really an honor to have them back here. And I think for me, also, speaks very highly of Maplewood and the library that everybody is willing to come and talk in our community.
I'm just listening to the dates. I believe the second week of the Ideas Festival is also going to be Restaurant Week, and there might be some cross-marketing possibilities there.
Right. Okay.
Getting the restaurants to promote Idea Week and even having some specials at the restaurants related to ideas. So you might want to talk
Have
to
the dinner
Julie
special,
Dorn.
that's a good idea.
Yeah. So the other, these are just some visuals that all of our publicity will start going out next week. And the other people I didn't mention, Ann Roth is an Academy Award-winning costume designer, and she will be speaking. The Buongiornos, who are Newark-based filmmakers, will be showing their new film. And Richard Morris, who's a children's book author who lives in town, will be speaking with his character, the Moose. Jennifer Vogel-Bass, who is also a children's book author, will be here. And Michael Frank and Gerard Anselm, both local artists, will be our Artists of the Month. And the other thing that we do at the library is a monthly art and music program, and so they will be our March artists. And that's been very successful. We've been doing that for 3 years now.
You said Michael Frank?
Yes.
Michael Frank. Okay. Thank you.
Not that Michael Frank.
Okay. Okay.
Not the da-da-da-da.
Yeah.
Not him.
No, sure.
All right.
So let's talk about the idea that you have here in the revision that you want to go to a 7-day-a-week operation.
Okay.
And what is your plan there?
So until 2008, Maplewood did have 7-day library service. And the Sunday service in Maplewood was one of our busiest days. It's been sorely missed, and I've heard a number of people come up to me and ask for this. So I think it's a very important thing, I think, for this community to do, because as many people move in, the other statistic that I forgot to mention is between March and December of last year, we issued over 1,000 new library cards. So the library is one of the first places people go to when they move to town. And when people ask, oh, are you open on Sundays? And I tell them no, they're shocked that we don't provide that service. So I'd like to be able to do that again.
And what's your plan? Where is it going to be?
How many hours?
So the plan would be to continue offering service at the main library Monday through Saturday, to not change the hours at the main library, and at Hilton, change the hours at Hilton to Sunday through Friday, and curtail their Saturday hours at Hilton. The reason for the increase is that Sunday hours per our contract are time and a half for our employees. So I can't do it with the same amount of funding.
And you're looking for an additional $12,000 to do that?
Yes. So the Sunday hours would be from 1 to 4 at Hilton.
But it will be closed on Saturday?
I'd have to ask for more money.
Okay, no, I just wanted to clarify what you're saying.
To
Yes.
keep Saturday open,
Okay.
yes.
Could we,
And I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry, so couldn't we split the difference? I wouldn't necessarily feel comfortable closing the library on a Saturday, quite honestly.
Okay.
So is it possible, if it's hours and funding, couldn't we split the difference and have it open less on both days?
Well, it's only 3 hours. Currently, the Saturday hours at Hilton are 10 to 1.
Yeah.
So you really can't open the library for less than that.
Yeah, I think, you know, if we look at the library as one system, not as two branches, then you're operating 7 days, you're still going to have a library open on Saturday.
The main library is open 10 to 5,
And that wouldn't change.
and that wouldn't change.
My only wariness is, and I used to go to the Hilton on Saturday morning.
know.
You know, my son did chess there, and it seemed like a, huh?
With Amy League,
Yeah.
the chess club.
Yeah. So, I mean, it was, I know it's a popular, it seemed like a popular time. I'm assuming it still is. So I'm a little, the idea of splitting it, I don't particularly care for that idea. But I guess I'm a little wary of, I like the idea of, I guess I want everything, right?
Right.
I like the idea of opening on Sunday. I'm a little wary about closing it on Saturday.
I could change my request to $20,000, and then we could do both.
Well, is that what the
I think
difference is?
basically,
That was me. My question is, what's the delta?
it just requires more funding.
So the
difference is 20 versus
between
12?
the difference between what you've asked for, which would close Hilton on Saturday and open it on Sunday, and just adding opening on Sunday, is the difference between 12,000 and 20,000.
I
8,000.
believe so, yes.
Yeah, you know, this is a decision that the library board grappled with, and in the interest of recognizing that there's limited money. I mean, we're already adding money to the library contribution above what we're required to do.
No, I know that, above the state requirement and all that stuff. Oh, yeah, I know that. We're nowhere.
So, yeah, I mean, you know, we could give them a lot more and they could be open a lot more, but this is a way to try to get 7-day service utilizing, you know, thinking of one library and just having it open at different times. We already have it open at different times in different locations, so people who want to use library services on Saturday would go to Baker Street, and people who want to use library services on Sunday would go to Springfield Avenue. I think that's the way to look at it, not that you have to keep all the buildings open at one time, because honestly, that's not going to get us where we want to go, because the costs are just going to go up in the future.
And
it
I'm
would
not
be worse to
And I'm not
increase it
talking
and then retrench.
about decreasing services. So the services that would be that we've traditionally had at Hilton on Saturday mornings would be at the main library. So you would move, there'd be a movement of services.
Let me ask a question, Mayor. Understand your point there.
So are you saying?
I'm sorry. Would it be equivalent to have the Hilton branch open on Saturday and the main branch open on Sunday?
No.
Why?
Why?
Well, from a cost perspective, the building at Main is larger, and it requires more staff to run it.
It's many
So
more
it's-
people are required to have on the shift in the building at the main library as opposed to Hilton. So the cost is almost double.
It is double, at least.
And you're not talking about heating and all that kind of stuff.
Right.
Okay, I guess I'm just, especially knowing, and obviously I'm not privy to all the discussions in terms of all the monies. I guess to me, $8,000 seems like a small price to pay for keeping Hilton open on Saturday. I understand, in addition to adding it on Sunday. But again, I'm not privy to the entire picture. It just seems like to me the difference between 12,000 and 20,000, if you know, we're saying, oh, we'll shift it to Sunday, but for $8,000 more, we wouldn't even have to drop Saturday. It just seems, and I know how popular it was on Saturday morning.
But could somebody look up what we pay the library as the mill and what we pay in addition to?
It's
right
in your
here.
book in the last page.
Okay, so, and
next
Mrs.
to
Larry
last.
here, as we look for that, if you have something you want to say, you raised your hand to say.
No, I was
Yeah.
going to,
So that's the
I
mill. That's
was
what
just
we
going to
do.
say, I appreciate that we don't want to necessarily add the $8,000 because we are talking about adding money already. I guess I was just I have a concern about closing that particular library on Saturday.
Okay.
I think there's a need to have it open. I have no figures to support what I think, but I just believe that in that area, there's a need to have that library open for people who normally would be doing certain things on a Saturday that they wouldn't do on a Sunday, and that it might be difficult for them to get to Baker on Saturday. I would prefer, actually, I understand if we're gonna add money, I would rather add the money to keep Baker open on Sunday than close Hilton on Saturday. That's just me.
I can, just speaking to the third of a mill figure, last year, and we are very appreciative that the township does give us well over our third of a mill figure, but I also would like to point out that I think has become an expectation, and it's very consistent with other libraries that are comparable in comparable towns. So last year, the library appropriation was 4.8% of the municipal budget, and within our consortium, the average was 5.78.
However, if we're going to be looking at this now, we are increasing the difference between the difference column is going up 13%. Anything else is going up 2%.
Yeah, we're already giving the library $887,700. So,
Again, I'm operating at the margin. I admit, I'm not taking into account all the numbers, but I'm saying the difference between what we're talking about and keeping it open is 8,000. That I'm focusing just on that number.
but let's talk about what we should be talking about. Are we afraid that the predominant African-American community that has been using Hilton more than Baker is not going to have library services on Saturday?
Or may not be able to
Get to Baker.
access them,
Right.
yes, as easily, yes.
And Sunday is possibly not as good a day as Saturday.
Yes, that's
For the
my,
African-American population.
thank
Well,
you
we
for
have
just saying.
we have a recent, we have one, we were open one Sunday in, the Hilton branch was open on a Sunday afternoon in December, and we had over 200 people come into the building within an hour and a half period.
But we had an event there.
Correct.
It was an event.
Yeah.
I
Well, again, I'm not.
wouldn't- that's-
And so the idea of opening it on Sunday, I think, is good. I'm not disputing that. I guess what I'm not necessarily as keen on is closing it on Saturday.
Okay,
And-
let me see if I can get this. Is there an interest on the part of the Township Committee to add some money to be able to have a 7-day operation of the library?
Yes.
I guess I'm saying yes, because I like.
No, we know the numbers are going to be somewhere between 12,000 and 25,000 to do this.
I mean, I'd have a different feeling about it if the director was coming and asking for, $500,000. The difference between the two numbers, yeah, I'm interested in the 7-day.
I would respectfully request that the addition to at least the addition to the 12, the budget be scrubbed to see where that money.
The library budget?
Yeah.
I think it's starting to take the skin off. It's been scrubbed so much. I mean, honestly, it's scrubbed a lot. Is there any way
Take the skin off it.
to
That's funny.
to have the Hilton branch open Sunday through Saturday and not I'm sorry.
Yes.
Saturday through, yes, yeah.
Yeah, I like that. I like that idea. Stop.
Saturday through Thursday and not have Friday open.
It's already closed.
Already
on
closed Friday.
Friday, yes.
And is there a way to do it another day to close it and have the weekend, to open on a weekend?
I mean, there is, but those other days are very well used.
Okay.
Yeah.
Manny.
Could it be possible to, for this budget season, this budget year, and it's not, we're already at the end of January, so Is it possible to take the recommendation of the library board and do it as a pilot and see how it works out?
I think there's some concerns up front about the pilot, and I think it has to do with the demographics of who can get to the Hilton Library versus Baker, and also the, let's say there may be a stronger cultural practice of not being available on Sunday to participate. So by closing Saturday, I can understand the concern.
So then why don't we scrap it and save the $12,000?
Well, because I
No,
think there's
because-
some interest now that
I think
people have been
I think there is an
piqued
interest on
about
Sunday.
having
I just don't want to
Sunday
close it
open.
on Saturday.
Yeah, but if you have it open on, how would that affect the people who, through cultural or religious obligations, won't be able to use it on
Well,
Sunday?
let me ask you this. You could do a 7-day operation at Hilton,
Right now, she's got a
Right.
5-day operation.
Right now, we're going, yeah, we have 5.
you could do a 6-day operation. You could have Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday,
Correct.
right? And it would cost $24,000.
Correct.
Right,
Yes.
roughly?
Yes.
Okay. Or you could open the main branch on a Sunday,
Correct.
and it would cost about the same amount of money? Maybe a little more?
Probably a little bit more,
Okay.
but yeah.
So I think what at least I'm getting from the majority of the Township Committee is a willingness to consider having a branch, having the library open on a Sunday. I think what we want to see is not to have the Hilton branch closed on a Saturday.
Okay.
And we want to have the cost be as low as possible. So it may be that the Hilton branch is open Saturday and Sunday, and that's the most economic way to resolve it. Does that work?
Yes.
But again, I would ask,
And then scrub the budget.
yeah, no, I'm going to say it a different way, thank you.
With a wire brush.
If it's 3 hours, whatever the number of hours we're adding at Hilton, maybe someplace else during the day when the kids aren't there, it could be decreased, or that time can be split into 2 early parts of the day. Or, because it's more expensive to run Baker, maybe half the time could come off the Baker schedule. I mean, I think we are looking at it as a whole, and I think we have to do that financially too.
Can I suggest that we ask Ms. Lester to go back to the library board with this expression of interest on the part of the Township Committee to work something out so we can get 7 days in the most cost-efficient way as possible, with the understanding that that Hilton should be open those 3 hours that it is open on Saturday now.
Yes.
Okay? And then
Yes,
come back
thank
to
you.
us, and then we'll work that out.
Thank you.
Okay?
Right.
Let's deal with your capital requests. These should be fun.
Oh,
Okay, so I'll start with
Separate discussion.
our computer and technology requests. So we have over 100 computers in our library, 70 of which are for the public, and they generally, we go through a cycle that, it's a 5 to 7 year cycle that they do need to be replaced. And so this year, we're asking for 12 new PCs for the public, as well as a wireless printing service for the public. And this has become, everybody's asking us now that so many people are bringing in their own devices, they want to be able to print from our network. And so we would like that service at both of the buildings. So those are the big ones. We also need to upgrade our Microsoft Office. And I think you have the request in front of you, so are there
Yes,
any
we do.
questions?
Yes,
or-
nope, I
Yeah.
think you got that. Let's go to the next one.
Oh, can I just have a
Yes.
question about the wireless printing?
Yes.
I know when you go to the copier, you have to pay to copy.
Right.
Wireless printing, is this 1,500 including paper costs, or how would that work?
No, we will still charge. We charge 15 cents for copies, all copies from our public computers and our copier machine, so we would keep that charge.
Okay.
So this is the setup fee for,
They would send it to the printer, and before they actually got their hard copy, they'd have to give you 15 cents.
they do,
Okay,
yes.
Good.
which is more than they have to pay us. So,
Okay, Mr. Ryan.
How long, what's the lifetime on the PCs that you buy?
It's 5 to 7 years.
Okay.
Same as ours.
Did you get your answer on your, we're going to nickel and dime everybody.
That
Literally-
her
literally.
total request in that department is $27,000.
Yes.
And that's very consistent with what we've asked for in years past.
I have a question. When someone donates things like the two, Friends of the Library, et cetera, do they get any recognition?
Well, yes. So
Is there possible for the township to get recognition for the types of money we put into your infrastructure, your technology?
yes. So what kind of what you're
I
talking-
don't know, but I just think I see a lot of
This
things.
computer made possible by Joseph Mann.
Exactly. No, not.
I
But no,
There's our
really,
career.
we do.
And I can tell you, last year, one of our capital requests was new IMAX for the teen zone.
Right.
And
We
those,
didn't do it. Right. We did. Yes, we did. I'm
So
sorry.
thank you. And that was the other story. Like a couple weeks ago, a teenager came in. They have to have a Maplewood Library card, and they have to have no fines on their card. And he had $12 in fines on his card, and he said, "I have to be able to use this." And our teen librarian said, Irene said, "Then you have to pay your fine." And he did, because he had. I mean, it's very interesting.
Yeah, don't blame that on us. I mean, I'm just looking for recognition.
No, you know what?
for-
Honestly, I'm not sure I'm comfortable with that.
Okay.
We're a public
No, I know.
institution here,
Yeah.
and we should be supporting the library. I don't
We
think
do.
should. Right. And I think we can make that, maybe there's a way because we did the windows last year, maybe we could put something up there that says, windows made possible by a
No, I was thinking maybe even
capital
just
contribution from the
in their
township or
newsletter,
something.
perhaps,
Yeah.
once a year.
By your
say, "Thank
taxes.
you." Yeah.
Yes.
I do have
Yes.
Okay.
I do have a question.
I agree.
Yes, we're going to go to the window replacement, yes.
Okay.
I do have one question on one of the items. Microsoft Office 2013. Trying to remember, Jerry, you might be able to help me on this one. Microsoft Office 2013. Is there there's two different ways you can get Office. There's sort of I'll call it like rental way of doing it, if you will, and also the buy a license for that version way of
There's
doing it.
there's also that enterprise buy thing too. You wouldn't buy an individual
Right.
license necessarily, right? You'd buy an enterprise
block of
package
stuff,
for
Right.
X number of stations. But
Is
it's
there
a
a comparable thing for the I don't know what the term was used for it, the rental way of doing it, as opposed to actually buying the software?
honestly, there is, but given how long they keep these things,
Yeah.
I have to believe that buying it's cheaper. I mean, we should definitely look at those numbers.
Yeah, I'd be curious to at least balance it out.
Yeah,
And I'm not sure we can capitalize on the rental part.
right.
Well,
I'm just not sure that we can.
yeah, I'm not sure how that
Right.
works. If you
I mean, we're talking $24, right? $24 per computer.
I understand, but we just had a long argument about $8,000, so so okay, I would just be curious in terms of the different ways of purchasing that. That's all.
Okay, let's go to the window replacement. It's very clear
Okay.
you want 2 sets of windows.
Yes, and my first priority is the Hilton Branch Library, which both of our buildings are from the 1950s. The windows are original to the buildings, and at Hilton, they are inoperable. So they are bolted shut because they no longer work. So I do think that is the priority, that needs to be replaced. Those windows need to be replaced. At the main library, thank you to the Township Committee, we have new windows, partial on the sides of our building, and I'm asking to replace the front elevation of the main library. So that's just the front of the building, so to continue with that.
Yeah, and these are basically it's our buildings, these are really our projects.
Right.
So, we'll work that into ours.
I like the
Thank you for reminding
justification
us.
though.
Oh.
Windows are inoperable, inefficient, and bolted shut.
Yes.
And bolted shut. Oh, notice ours. I think ours are 1931 specials.
Well, we bolt them so that no one can get in there on Sunday at the Hilton.
Yes.
So if we
Out.
open on Sunday, we're going to have operable windows, so.
Yeah, I
And then
left
you
something
have,
in there once.
you have a request into the Open Space Trust Fund, but we're going to be dealing with that later, so.
And this is for outdoor seating
Oh,
for
yes, right,
benches. That would
yes.
be consistent with whatever has been approved in Memorial Park.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, okay, so you'll get the benches that were approved in Memorial
Well,
Park.
we would use whatever specification has already been approved for the park.
I'm just wondering if we ought to think about matching what's in Maplewood Village, so we have maybe some continuity on both sides.
That is totally
Yeah,
fine.
okay.
Yes.
All right, any questions from TV land for the library? Should the library be open 7 days a week? That is the question. Okay. Any other questions from the Township Committee or comments? Ms. Leventhal?
Yes. Well, I'm the pain in the, I'm the pain when it comes to the increase in our contribution above the mill. And the mill is increasing from 2014 to 2015 by $34,000. However, our increase is 12, about 7.5%. It comes to about it comes to 400, no, I'm sorry. It comes to $150,000, even though the mill has on up only $34,000.
And the largest increase right there is our increase from, for our benefits. So last year, we budgeted $270,000, and this year, we have to budget $342,000. So we under budgeted last year. And so that's where the majority of that increase is going.
You know what might help me is to know, I mean, you stated that the percent of our library in the full budget is less than comparable towns. I'd like to know what the percent above mill is for some place like Montclair, West Orange, you know, quote-unquote comparable times. That will get closer, well, it will get to what I'm looking at.
Right.
Where my concern is.
And at the same time,
Way off base, you know, the work that's done is incredible, but this is way above 2%, so.
and I think that discussion is happening statewide, and whether that third of a mil figure is really even a usable figure anymore. So there are discussions, and I know there's a bill being sent to the legislator, you know, right now, really rethinking how it works in New Jersey, because this is very unique. Most other states don't even have that figure.
Okay, are there any questions about the library from the public? Other than Mr. Humer? No questions came in on the internet? Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
We're going to take a half-hour lunch break, and we'll be back here at
it off?
12:30.
We're off. Oh, sorry.
Thank you. Is there a new open space trust fund?
I have extra copies. You need copies?
This page, right?
Let me just see if it's different, Tim, than what we have here.
You put it in, you put in something. Oh, right.
You're on.
Okay. 130. From work.
Do I have the same one? Yeah, that's right.
Okay, thank you.
How are you?
All right. So, if you could give us a presentation of the recommendations, we'd appreciate it.
Absolutely. I'm Tim Wolfinger, Open Space Trust Fund. I live in Maplewood, 41 South Pearson Road in Maplewood. Just wanted to start with just a brief point that there was definitely an understanding, obviously, that by the committee that the circumstances the township was faced with this year, that we weren't provided with an updated accounting of the fund. As soon as that update's available, what we would like to do is bring the group together earlier on in the process and kind of balance things out so that we're ahead of the game and we're making the appropriate decisions moving forward. That said, the recommendations that we're presenting here today are based solely on the $308,000 allotted in 2015. From the top, so the first item is the HART project. Kathy advised the committee early on that the payment was not required this year. Again, we don't have I don't believe the committee has ever been given a final accounting of the spend, and then not having the updated budget for this year, we're not quite sure where we are with that. So that information as it comes in will be helpful as well in planning accordingly moving forward. Next item is the reserve fund. After we go through the process, we'll see that there's a balance of $11,867.50 that's not allocated. We're allocating that into the reserve fund this year. There may be outstanding, there are definitely outstanding balances, and we'll look at that as well once the full numbers are in. The plaques and the acquisition fund, there's nothing targeted for those this year. So the first item that is of a request was from Chief Semino, is for emergency call devices. So this is looking for 2 call devices in each of Memorial and Maple Crest Park. As a whole, the committee thought it was a good idea, obviously promote safety, and the recommendation was the full $65,000 funding there.
Do you know if this is those, those little pedestal things with the blue lights on them, similar to things you see in universities?
Yes.
Yep.
Thanks.
No problem. Next item is the outdoor reading area at the Memorial Library. The request was to purchase 7 benches to create an outdoor reading area. It stated that there's currently no outdoor sitting or reading areas on the grounds of the library. The committee felt that the library is responding to a need here with this request, does further the commitment to lead reading and learning, and gives a place to do so. So the recommendation was agreed on the full funding of the 9372 with several considerations that were brought up and concerns. One was the aesthetics, and we were provided a brief schematic of what they were looking at. 7 benches in the confined space. This is the front of the library on the left-hand side, that patch of grass. Looked to be a little much, so I don't know whether, or we didn't know whether to spread them out and so forth. Also the issue of the lawn wear. The DPW said there will be more traffic. You're going to have some aesthetic issues with the wear on the lawn. And they also, the DPW also requested and stated that there would be a need for additional garbage receptacles. And then the last item there, as far as concerns or considerations, would be, it wasn't clear in the quote whether the quote included installation. So those things need to be considered when they're looking to address that. Maybe they have to go for fewer benches and cover the installation and the garbage receptacles. Next item is the turf growth blankets and a storage shed to house them. So the original request here was to purchase growth blankets for the turf, primarily at its initial use would be at the heart. The purpose of the blankets is to repress the dormancy of the grass so that you have the field usable earlier in the season. So it has to be applied. They're put down before the first frost, and when you peel them up in the spring, you've got turf that's ready to go. The committee did see the value in doing so, but we did not recommend the blankets being purchased as a standalone request. There is an ongoing issue with the drainage at the heart, and that was confirmed by the township engineer and one of our meetings, Mr. Malvasi. And the consideration of the understanding that was presented to us is that it's a compaction issue. So they've started an aggressive aeration plan. They aerated 4 times in 14. There's another 5 aerations scheduled for 2015. What we were proposing, obviously, is if the drainage doesn't remediate, I mean, if the aeration doesn't remediate the issue, there's going to have to be some drainage concerned. And I know that the process is underway. Keith and Mr. Malvasi are looking at a second opinion on the drainage issues. Kathy has asked the planning and engineering subcommittee to add this to their discussions, I think, in an upcoming meeting in early February.
Actually, we discussed it last week.
So it was already discussed. So we recommended funding the full $50,000 here to be used either for the turf blankets, if the drainage is working and the aeration is working, or to use for the drainage remediation. Now, there'll obviously have to be some serious considerations with the timing of this. The rec department indicated that if they were going to go with the turf blankets, they need to order them by the 1st of October. They have to have them and have them ready to put down before first frost.
Of October of this
year. So a drainage plan has to be in place and prepared in the event that it's needed well before then, and then the coordination on the town side as far as the bidding process and so forth would have to be in place. Any questions on that? No? Next request was the portable light towers. These are, they cover a 1-month rental, 5 portables, and the idea here is they're used in Memorial in the spring if DeHart isn't ready for spring practices. In the past, the discussion has come up with us, and I think it's spread out from just our group. Is there an opportunity here? Is there value for the town to buy these lights instead of renting them over and over again? That may be something that's considered moving forward. We recommended in the instance here, knowing that they may be needed this spring, to fund the full $5,000, but would be open to the further discussion with other parties if that's the case. Point there too is the DPW did state if you're going to ever do that, there has to be a consideration where you're going to keep them. Right now that they don't have anywhere to store such lights. Next item, request was for portable pitching mounds. This comes from the rec department. This request is for 2 portable mounds. The mounds are used to meet the height and distance requirements for the various levels. Without the ability to do so, there's certain levels wouldn't be allowed or unable to play. Previously, the town had borrowed mounds from South Orange, and one evidently was absconded last year, disappeared. But, you know, in the spirit of having that available for the various ages this year, we recommended funding the full $58.90. That's for 2 portable pitching mounds. And as of now, in this instance, instead of borrowing them, these would be township property. You'd have coverage, so it's not as if, you know, if anything happened to them moving forward, we're concerned.
Why would you steal a pitcher's mound?
But we can't figure that out.
I mean, you could understand somebody, I mean, you can't condone it, but you can understand stealing something valuable.
Yeah.
Is that weird?
I don't know what kind of metal they're made from. Is it just fiberglass? I was thinking maybe like somebody
So
scrapped
bizarre.
it.
Somebody said 800 pounds,
Yeah.
so like 6 men in a pickup truck.
Okay.
It is bizarre. Next request was from Rec again for benches, tables, and storage boxes. This is a request for picnic tables to extend the picnic areas at Memorial and Maple Crest. It was brought to our attention, obviously, anything that's done, changes, updates, additions that are made to Memorial Park will go through the Historical Advisory Group as well. But that said, we were fine with the request, and I think that Keith had put in the request too that there are a lot of birthday parties and so forth that are done at Maple Crest, so there would be need there. Also, addition of in-ground player benches at Memorial Softball Field number 3. There currently are no benches there. Players are standing. And then baseball equipment storage boxes for the sports organizations to use at Maple Crest. So this box is attached to the backstop, padlocked, and it'll hold so that they don't have to move shared equipment, umpires' equipment, catcher's gear, ball tees, helmets, bats, first aid, and field maintenance equipment. The only thing I thought about as I was typing those up is, do want to make sure that, you know, if they're going to keep the first aid kit in there, that when they're playing, whoever's in charge has access to the key.
Bless you.
The committee recommended funding the full $14,370 for that request. Next, seasonal worker park attendant. This is a practice that that Rec had started in 2010. The attendant provides support to the buildings to ensure safety and cleanliness through the outdoor season. Feedback that we've received and members of the committee that are involved in sports and have seen the change in the facilities, very positive. The cleanliness was enhanced of the facilities. So the recommendation was to continue funding that in full at $18,500. Athletic field maintenance, number 8. This is for maintenance of all the fields with the exception of DeHart. The cost has increased $5,000 year over year from 14. We were told this is due to the increased cost of the grass seed. The price had gone up, and in addition that Mr. Jim Herman is going to begin earlier in the season this year preparing the fields for play, and has also volunteered to run a class, you know, free of charge to instruct the coaches on the proper maintenance, you know, moving forward. Committee recommended the full funding there of $20,000. Number 9 is the DeHart organic field maintenance. So the maintenance here, this is specifically for DeHart, covers seed, fertilizer, and the aeration process that I had spoke of earlier. So you've got the funds from last year covering probably through the beginning of the spring, finish off the aeration that was covered there, and begin with the aeration, the additional aeration in 2015. As I stated earlier, that's understanding, that's the belief that the compaction is the issue. We want to push forward with that. The cost did increase here as well, $3,000 year over year. It's believed, again, it was told us that it's the seed, the cost of grass seed. Any questions on that?
So, you know, we had a little, this morning we had Mr. Malavasi here, so we had a little background on some of the issues with the field and the cost and all that. So we talked a little bit about it, but it was helpful.
Excellent. Number 10 is the horticulture internship. This is hiring of 2 interns from Rutgers to work in the parks from May through September. This is up from a request of 1 intern in 2014. They receive college credits, and they're paid, obviously. Maintaining bushes and trees and planting beds. They work under the direction of DPW with Garden Club Insight, and obviously the Historical Preservation Society will oversight as well in what goes on in Memorial, and tied together and in conjunction with the long-term plan, you know, including the ash tree restoration and the original shrub planting that's going on. So we recommended to fund that in full as well for the $11,000. And then the last item is the Hart Playground. So it's the wood posts that are the issue. They did an analysis of the equipment as it stands. Other than the post, actual holding up the structures, everything else was is good to go. So this would cover removal of all the wood posts and replacing them with recycled composite. It was confirmed, we asked the question again, that all the old equipment will be usable on the new posts. And again, that the contractor confirmed this and is going to provide documentation that it's all up to code upon completion. Just as a side note, due to the ongoing safety concerns, it was raised during one of the meetings, if the posts aren't stable, let's take the swings down. So the swings have been removed for the time being until this is done. It was in early January. The original request was for 59, I believe, and then 69, which was 59, and then an additional 10,000 for wood chips and the installation of that wood chip blanket. It was reality that it was misread. It was 15,000 for the installation and the wood chips, so it comes out to a total of 74,000, which the committee recommended. So the total recommended projects and programs this year is 296, 132.50, and then, as I said, the balance, the 11,867.50, will go to the reserve fund, and that nets out at the 308.
Okay. Did you get requests that are not on this list, or is this is it, right?
That was it.
Okay. Usually we have more requests than we have money, but it's worked out pretty well.
Yeah.
I just picked up, and I'm reading this clearly. Down at the end, the difference, the very bottom, is $16,867.50.
That's the first column, so that's looking at the original request at the 69.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so it's off of the 74.
Any comments? Mr. Manning, just tell us the process again on this one.
The recommendations you've received now, and you will consider them during future budgets, typically during when we do the capital.
Okay, and that is generally March or so?
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Callahan has seen the Open Space Trust Fund Advisory Committee through this session. He has resigned from this advisory committee, and want to thank him for the years of work that he's put in. He started as the chairperson and has seen us through something like 8 budgets. At this point, we will be meeting in the next few months once I've worked out the reconciliation with our finance office. We're meeting very soon in terms of what the unallocated funding is. So we'll have that before March, and then also have a meeting with the Open Space Trust Fund Advisory Committee to give them that feedback and to choose a new chair going forward for this year's work. I thank Mr. Carrera for his work in getting the information out to department heads and other groups in town in terms of what their requests are each summer.
Is there any requirement on our group to be involved in that process, just so we know, as far as getting the no?
Now, the person that would become chair will be included on all the emails. So if there's something you're concerned about or have ideas about,
Okay.
they can be, made questions.
Okay. Mr. Brayley?
Just actually one at the very beginning, just to clarify. The emergency call devices, I think, did you say there were 2 per park? I'm trying to remember how many altogether.
Yes, 2 per park.
Per park.
Actually, the way it works is that there's 6. There's 2 at Maple Crest, 2 at Memorial North, and 2 at Memorial South.
See, that's what I was trying to clarify, because I'm thinking number of parks, I'm trying to understand how many we're talking altogether and where.
We should make sure that when we, plan the installation of these things, that in Memorial Park, that the installations don't run afoul of any notions that we've put into place for historic preservation.
All items for Memorial Park have to be, we have to consult historic preservation.
Sweet, okay, good, just want to make sure.
Everybody knows that.
Okay, so 2 at Maple Crest, you said?
2 at Maple Crest, 2 at Memorial North, and 2 at
We
Memorial
want the
South.
early 1920s style blue security.
Yeah, right.
It's the bell on the street.
It's going to be tricky.
Well, this all really started after there was an incident at Maple Crest Park, and we met with the residents there, and there was a request to put some there, and so we wanted to move forward on that. And then we were getting some requests, and some concerns were coming up about the commuters going through the park at night. We decided to do both parks, in both the north and south side, because it's such a large park.
They're very, they're all over college campuses, and they're very useful and valuable and helpful. So.
Right, but I was just clarifying which ones, because I think it's about Orchard, little areas that seeming a little extra dark and things like that as well. So that's why I wondered, when I heard 2 per, and I'm looking at the number here, and I'm like, well, wait a minute, is that really for every park, or which ones are we talking about? So I got the clarification.
Yeah, and it does clarify, it says just Maple Crest and
Memorial.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Okay. Anything else? Thank you very much. Thank you for serving on the task force, the Open Space Trust Fund Advisory Committee. It's very helpful, and I know it's a lot of work because people, well, this year was a little easier because you didn't have a lot of requests.
Never easy.
Thank you. Thanks a lot for coming out on a Saturday, too. Mr. Manning, do you want to do the capital budget now, since that's our last thing, and we have a half hour, we can do the capital budget?
Unless Usenet wants to.
Do you have other people coming, or are you alone? Yeah, so let's wait.
Okay.
Yep. No. Let's do the capital budget.
All right. So you all have these sheets, right?
Ready, John?
Yes. And they're under, I guess they're under capital here, but I
We're under
took my
capital.
sheets out.
Isn't that funny?
So these are all the requests that we have for capital, okay? And we'll go through them individually. You could, give us a sense of what you think of them. But the total capital requests are for $4,410,000. If you take away grants from that total, that's $893,000 in grants, we get a subtotal of $3,516,729. The previous year, last year, this year we are paying $3,695,000 even in payments back for bond ordinances. Taking away 20% of that, or $20 20% of that is $739,000. If we take the $3,695,000, take away 739,000, we come to 2,956,000, which would be our goal to stay under. So considering that it's 3,500,000 and it's not that far away. I mean, it seems like a lot, but it can be pared down, and that's our goal to get to. So just wanted to let you know that. That's 2,956,000.
That's our goal.
Yes. Which will mean that some of these, and, we'll have our own recommendations, but if you can give me your input as we go down them, what you think about them, and if you have any questions about them. We'll start with engineering.
Yeah, and those that we don't really have discretion,
Yeah.
like the 90,000 for environmental, we don't have discretion on that.
Not really, no. Municipal road improvements, you really need that also. I think if you go down we may have to figure out that if we don't get $250,000 for the Springfield Avenue Phase 12 improvements, we may want to divide that project again, maybe into half or into thirds.
Right.
And we're going to have to fully fund that if you want to move. So
I'm sorry, could you go back to number 3? Municipal road and
yes.
curb improvements.
Those are, yes.
I mean, that's 731,000.
Yes, that can be.
We might want to take a look at that. And I think what would be helpful is one of the things you do, I think annually, is you look at what money did we appropriate in the past that hasn't been spent, and can that be rolled over into this?
Right. I will do that.
So that may be a possibility of cutting, in addition to what you're saying with Springfield Avenue. I think if we can't get the 250, we might want to make that a two-part
And
paving.
we'd already said, right, that we thought maybe that number 10 was pretty high. It's not a lot, but anything that could help get you down to 2.9 million would be good.
Right. Okay. I was looking at let's start with Van Ness Terrace repaving. That's really something I think we are going to get the money from that, since it comes from a different place. Let's look at number 7, which is the Borden Park upgrades. It's 267, of which we have a grant for 150,000. I would suggest that the difference in that come from the Open Space Trust Fund. I mean, that's really what it's there for, to help improve our parks and playgrounds, etc. And I'm pretty sure when the numbers come in, we're going to have extra money, and certainly at that rate, that would be a good project to do Open Space Trust Fund. So please consider that.
That comes to 117,000.
Right, 117,000.
Yes. Yes, ma'am. Yes.
No, there's unspent money.
Yeah, we have.
Years past.
Okay.
Yeah, when projects came in last.
We don't have that information. That's one of the things they're going to be working on getting.
Okay.
But you can be assured that it's more than $117,000.
Right. Okay.
Building improvements at various locations.
We talked maybe of increasing that too for Bergdorf.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would not cut that, because
No,
that
I'm not.
includes Woodland and Bergdorf and.
Yes. No, yeah. Our investment in those two facilities really pays off, in terms of people's activities and quality of life and opportunities, pays off big time. Drainage of various locations, we might be able to cut that a little. So we'll look at that, and we'll get an exact figure on the Spikeway crossings, which he came in, he thinks a little high because of the thing. I think we're going to be able to cut also the in-house engineering services down by about $25,000 when we look at what the real figures are in terms of salaries. That was just a place marker.
I'm sorry, the one we just went past, though, the bikeway crossing at Jefferson, is that a requirement? Is that I'm trying to understand.
That's part of our plan, the bikeway implementation plan. Is it a requirement? No, it's just a goal of the governing bodies.
Okay. We're looking for things we might possibly cut, right?
Yes.
So
Possible.
I'm thinking of that one.
Yep.
Okay,
It's
thank you.
possible. I think you might get some pushback, but it's possible.
I understand. I live close
Yeah.
by there, so.
But plus, he also said that might He didn't think it would really be
I
90,000.
think that number.
Yeah, that seemed a little high for what he put down we would get. So, anyway. All right, so we have several things to look at there, and I will come back with some revisions, with explanations, and how we can possibly achieve the cuts and the additions. Personnel protective equipment
You're at the
is...
fire department.
Fire department is first on fire department, and that's something that they need. They really have to do. It's old, so that's it. Communication system, I'm not really that sure of, to be honest with you. I mean, I don't know where that's going.
Well, this has been one of these things that's been sort of backburnered for a while now, right? It's narrowband radios
Yes,
and
right.
expansion and some regulatory direction that says we have to be up on a new system by such and such. But I seem to recall us having that conversation annually for the last 5 years.
And I agree with you, and I think we have to look into what the law really requires, maybe even find out from, our federal elected official, our congressman, what is it really saying and what do they really expect?
Yeah, I mean,
Because
if
that's
we-
a lot of money.
If we have to do it,
Yeah.
we got to do it. But if we don't have to,
No. And
where's the grant from?
from the, which one? Homeland Security? Okay. Homeland Security. And I think we had money last year in the capital for, like our share of it, which was like $31,000. So,
You're going to refine that line?
yeah, we're going to refine that, and maybe even we'll kind of step it in, but we really have to find out about how this is going to be implemented.
Doesn't this also tie in with the police department?
The police are all taken care of.
That's what I thought,
Yeah.
so... Oh,
Yeah,
it's different.
Yeah,
Thank you.
yes. This is an interoperability project between 3 fire departments. Right. So, and I'm not, fire engine, I think that can come down somewhat if we had to do that, because I think we give like about 100,000 or,
I think they were trying to accelerate the
yes,
process.
well,
That's what they wanted.
It's like 6 years, something.
5 or 6 years.
5 or 6
yeah,
years.
right. And, but we should look at that too. And then, I think we need to repair the rear garage door at station number 2. It's really an insignificant amount of money when you look at it, $2,350. Maybe we can get it from somewhere else, not sure, but we'll look at it. Any questions about fire or comments?
Nope, let's go to recreation.
Recreation, repaving of the pool parking lot. To be honest with you, it is a mess.
Well, I don't think we should do it in one shot, even if we did it.
Yeah.
I don't think there's maybe a way
Yeah.
that can be done in 2 sections or 3 sections, but this is...
I got it.
and we are going to be getting a major contribution from the developer of the PSE&G site. It won't be this, it'll be a third of this, it'll be 100,000, but
And it won't be this year, will it?
it won't be this year.
No, so, all right.
We might want to look at this, try to, maybe get from the engineer, is there a way we can
Yeah.
section this?
Yeah. Well, there are, actually. There are three levels to it. If you come right in, there's the first and the second, so maybe we could do it that way. Next is the woodland event tables. We need these in order to give the people who use that and pay for that some quality products and not worry about them falling on people. Same thing with the folding chairs for special events in the park. It's not a significant amount of money, and it's something that really helps with the quality of events. Repair the wall in the community center. Oh, I know, that was the sheetrocking
Crack in
of
the wall,
the,
yeah.
what?
I know, yeah.
The inside one. This is the senior lounge.
Right.
Right.
Now, this is something that we said we were going to check with...
Well, yes, we're going to check for that,
with
yes.
Elite Properties.
Yes. Hold on one
We
second.
have them for $100,000+ fixing up that building.
Okay,
But
yes.
is that a repair that we can wait for them to give us that money?
Well, yeah,
No, they're actually going to do the repair, Elite.
yeah.
They have a requirement to give us money to fix up D-Hart. So we could begin that conversation with them about what they have to do, and this could be one of the first priorities.
Yeah, and at $6,000, for a big company that has that will be okay.
it's needed because it's ugly, not because it's dangerous at this
Yeah,
point.
right. The baby pool repairs. See, here's the thing, it's in our capital, really should be.
In the pool cap.
Right, it should be, but they're not able to afford that unless we, pay for it and have them pay us back over a longer period of time. So we're gonna have to figure out the logistics of how these things, but it needs to be done. The baby pool is very popular. For those of you who are not swimmers, I said no. But the baby pool.
Complaints from the kids.
Yeah,
Taking up all the space.
yes, they're constantly complaining. You know those kids.
Could I
Yes.
just understanding what you're saying there, but in terms of its ongoing operation, is this the repair? Again, I'm not at the pool, so is this an acute situation? Is it something that things happen over time and things need to be maintained? And I guess I'm asking it from the perspective of, as a separate entity, should that be kind of built into the overall, fees and structures so that they can afford it when those things come up? Or was it like an acute thing, like something, quote unquote broke, if you would, and so therefore it's sort of an unexpected expense? I guess I'm trying to understand the different, sort of the genesis of it, and then depending on the answer to that, whether or not
I got
the overall, the I don't know what the word is, fee structure or something, might need to be adjusted so that when these things come up during the natural course of operations, it's something they quote unquote can afford and don't have to kind of come to the Township Committee for a loan. And effectively, that's kind of what I'm hearing you say.
The answer is something became broken. And yes, they could adjust their fees, but there's resistance.
Okay, but if that's cost of doing business. Okay.
Did you have a question?
Well, no, my understanding was it was something that did break.
Yes.
And that it wasn't like normal wear and tear that they weren't maintaining. It was something that
Yeah.
broke off of the edge of the basin.
Yeah, coping on the edge of
Right.
the thing where the kids sit, and so it has to be done. Yes.
Just to mention that this is in for this year. For next year, my understanding is that the adult pool needs work. So we have the same kind of situation, a capital need that can't be met. So I think we need to,
We should discuss that with the pool advisory committee, because we have a
I definitely will.
45-year-old facility. We have done some things, but, a lot of things will go wrong now, and we have to address them. And but we can't do it to such a degree that it will just drive people away, because then we'll have no revenue. So I don't remember who is the liaison.
I said I would. Yeah.
Okay. No,
Okay.
I guess I'm just saying, just understood, but if we're going to address that need in kind of the way in which you said, and I know we're not quite there yet, but where it's sort of well, something needs to be done, they can't afford it, so therefore we're going to fund it to some degree and get paid back over time. I guess I'm thinking that if it was a truly kind of independent type thing, then they would need to, sort of go to the market, if you would, to get the funding to do that. And so whatever terms are set for that, if you would, I realize it's not a strangers type of relationships, it's more like arm's length, a little bit closer, but I guess I'd want to not unduly rely on the township structure to support that.
Well,
If I'm saying that right.
I think you're saying that you don't really want to that you're not interested in giving subsidies to the pool.
I guess that's kind of a broad brush statement. I'm only hesitating in my
No,
reply,
no,
but in a
that's-
sense,
I think
I
that's it.
guess kind of maybe I am kind of saying that. I
Yeah.
don't know if I'm quite that strong in
Well,
the way I'm
this is-
saying it, but there is some flavor of that in there. Yes.
Here's a response that I would like to make at least. The CFO, myself, and the auditors will sit down, We'll look at the situation at the pool when once the, all the end of the year books and everything is tied up, which we'll get a report on shortly. And we'll see what we could do to be creative, because I think that I'm not saying they shouldn't pay it back, but I'm saying that maybe it takes them a little longer, and that keeps the pool going and people enjoying it. But the bond law says how long they have, but we could say, well, they have longer because we're willing to cover them. I think that's
Right.
fair.
Okay.
We did that with the $1 million for the slide and some of the repairs.
Yes.
I think when we did our analysis as to increasing the fee, we were working on an assumption of 15 years, and then the bond people came back
Yes.
and said it has to be paid over 11 years.
Right.
So the reality is that it can't get paid over 11 years, or else we'll price ourselves out. So essentially, we're still getting revenue from the pool, but we're just gonna pay it off over a longer period of time. So this would be the same thing. If we were to put this $60,000 out, I would expect in 8-9 years, they would be paying that back.
Yeah. That we would get the money, yes, exactly as you
Okay,
said.
I guess it's...
That's what you're looking for.
Yeah,
right?
I guess it's sort of a subjective how much beyond the whatever that I'm willing to go, and that's a subjective determination. I understand,
Right.
quote unquote, need to be flexible, but on the other hand, to unduly do that, it seems like somebody's got to be subsidizing it, and somebody's got to pay for it. And so, if spreading that burden out amongst the community as a whole is the answer over a longer period of time, but I just don't want to unduly do that. And I understand it's obviously in Maplewood, and it's a feature, and it's all those things. And so I'm not suggesting that we just price it to $1 million and let it be whatever. But on the other hand, it's a little subjective in terms of how far beyond sort of normal terms I'd be willing to go. Okay.
There's floor refinishing at the Woodland. Well, let's see the Woodland. First of all, we're saying floor refinishing, $17,000. Electrical service upgrade, $25,000. Replace exterior front and side doors, $24,000. Lighting and sound system, $10,000. Portable stage with carpet, I think we can get rid of that right away. And building sign with LED reader board. I think that the last two, I think, are definite. We can just, I would suggest that we don't need them this year. They should come back. I think that we definitely need a electrical service upgrade for whatever we're gonna do there, and that's the #1 priority, besides the kitchen, to get that going. I think floor refinishing, I think we could wait on. I think the exterior front and side door, well, I think they're painted, they look much better. I think they could hold off for a little while. We're supposed to be looking into possibly a way of getting an independent group to raise funds in this and start some sort of trustee board or whatever. So I would think that the one that's really most needed there is the electrical service upgrade, basically.
Well, and also you need the event tables too.
Yes.
If you add up all of those that you just mentioned,
Right.
excluding the portable stage and the building sign, it's $85,000.
Right, okay.
So I think, we ought to figure, what's the number we want to, and then the kitchens on top of that was another 30. So I think we ought to figure out what we want to allocate to the Woodland this year, and then figure out how much work we can do and what are the priorities.
And what we ought to allocate to
So-
Bergdorf as well.
right,
We're
so-
talking about electrical already there.
I think $100,000, which means that.
I would agree with that.
100?
$100,000.
I think it's reasonable, right?
85 plus 30,
It's
115.
115.
Yeah.
115.
Oh,
Well, no, but I think I would suggest to make it 100.
yeah,
And figure out.
and
what
figure out how we're gonna do it.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay, got it.
and whether you can do the floor and maybe not the side doors, or that somebody donates the doors, I don't know, but.
Yeah, we should try to get more of that.
I think it's reasonable to say, let's put another 100,000 into the
Okay.
fixing up the building. It gets used an awful lot now.
Now, when we talk about these doors, this is all along the side?
No.
The
These are
main
the
side
two,
doors,
front
okay.
door and that side door to the big upper part, not the lower end auditorium doors. We're having, those are being repaired,
Yeah.
three
lower
of them.
ones, right.
One was repaired. It
Yes.
was fantastic.
And there will be two more just like that. The other ones in the center are not really used, and they're not exit doors. Yes, well, for now, you know, we. Okay. Public Works, flue pipe, we're gonna take that out because we're gonna handle it a different way. Dehart Park lights, this is another one I think that we should be getting from the Open Space Trust Fund. I mean, it's right in the park, it you know?
Sounds good, if the money's there.
Well, I'm sorry, I'm always seem like one behind.
Oh, I'm sorry. I
You said
moved
the flue
fast.
pipe, that's gonna be handled a different way. I remember the discussion earlier, it was kind of like being moved to engineering.
Yes.
But then they needed to do something, but
Yes.
it doesn't go, does it go away?
No, it goes away from here.
It goes out of this budget.
But it does go out of this budget entirely?
Yes.
You're not
Okay,
gonna
'cause I was asking
capitalize
whether
it at
should be
all.
in engineering.
No, it's gonna come out of the capital, it's gonna go out of the capital budget completely, right?
Okay, gotcha, okay.
Yeah, because he has
That's what
some.
you're saying, right, Jim?
Yes.
He also,
if
Mr.
that's
Malavasi said that it still has a 10-year warranty, so they're checking on the warranty also.
May go nowhere.
Okay. I just
Yeah,
don't
we
wanna-
may
I just don't
know.
wanna lose it in the, it
No,
goes
I
away.
think it'll come back. I don't think they're gonna let us lose it.
No, no, and you know, we,
Well, I wanted to understand it. I know you're not just
Okay.
gonna forget it, but I just wanted to, okay.
so, backhoe, New Hollander skid steer.
Definitely the skid steer.
No.
What, if only because of the cool name?
I think the two things that 5 and 7, security cameras and fence at DPW, we've been getting inundated with dumping. And, you know, the fact that it's porous and people can get in there, there's a lot of equipment there. I don't know if you saw what happened recently in Edison at their DPW, not that I'm saying anybody did that,
right.
but I think that we need those two really
If they're
to.
taking,
gonna get hurt.
if they're taking
Yes.
pitching mounds,
Right.
you've got to watch out for it.
Just a question. I guess I'm asking in terms of, again, doing them both, if you would. If we do the fence, is the perimeter secure?
Is that the question?
Well, part B of that question is, if you do the fence and the perimeter, if you will, is secure, you can't get in, then are the cameras also needed?
Yes, both of them will be needed, because when they're open, people come and go. You know, residents come and go.
People dump while it's open.
No, typically they don't dump while it's open, but other things have happened while they're there. They're taking inappropriate materials, well, I guess you can call that dumping, inappropriate materials to recycling, just, you know, in that way. When he's talking about dumping, he means on the sides of the fences, overnight, or people going into
No, I
our
understand
dumpsters.
that, because I remember that was one of the justifications for the cameras. And
Yes.
So I'm asking if we secure if we do the fence and secure the perimeter and people can't get in, again, which again was to prevent the dumping, then with the cameras, I mean, I like the idea of the
Why don't
cameras
we
in
ask?
general, but.
Let's ask,
Yeah,
let's
please.
ask
He needs them.
Mr. Bell.
All right.
Yeah.
Yes,
That
Bell?
if we were to do, you know, the other thing is.
Okay.
I mean, honestly, it sounded like it was a high-end fence deal where, you know, we have push-button ons and offs. I don't know if we need to have all.
Well, you know, there are people who use the DPW to get fuel at night
Right.
and do not lock up after themselves. So the doors are wide open, so this way they close automatically after, you know, a 5-minute period or whatever it is. This way we're protecting ourselves. I think that's what we're trying to
You're saying
avoid.
just discipline.
I think, yeah. Okay, we'll check with
Listen,
him.
I would go with all their 3 pieces of equipment.
You would?
The backhoe, the skids,
Yeah,
steer,
okay.
and the pickup truck.
Okay.
I would as well. I mean, just based on,
I don't think
based
they're
on Mr. Bell's
unreasonable.
discussion and justification, it's not unreasonable. It's replacing vehicles that are several decades old,
Oh, yeah, the
essentially.
equipment definitely, yeah. I just want to make sure that there's not a redundancy in the other.
But we're not getting rid of the fence repairs.
No.
No, we're gonna ask him,
Right.
If we
is
do the
the
fence.
security in the fence repair a duplication or what?
Okay. I think we're, the library, moving on. We're going to defer on the window replacement. I have to really talk with the engineer, what his you know, vision was when we started this project. We know we have to replace the windows at both of the facilities. We've started at one. Maybe he thinks we should jump to the other one, maybe he doesn't, you know, and I think that we should follow what basically his feelings are on that. I think all of the other issues are things that we should get them. I think they should have them. Because technology is such a big part of their, and it's not all that much if you take, if the 200,000, which is really we own the building, so that really is something that we would do ourselves.
Frankly, if you look at the demand there, it's hard to say no to those services.
Especially at $27,000.
And what you save on energy costs.
Okay, any questions about that?
Nope.
IT life cycle, 10,000, and affordable housing trust under administration, 75,000. Did you say you wanted to possibly
Maybe
reconsider?
add a little more to affordable housing trust, but
How about 100?
I don't know the number yet.
Okay.
Right. We have to have a meeting with a state.
All right, but things are they should be in $20,000 increments, but, okay, so just remember that. All right, we'll see. So we have it in there for 85, maybe 100 for the whole total thing. Who knows? You see what I mean? In other words, you'll let us know. Okay. Police department. You know, radar device replacements, those are things that they need. We're always talking to them about, you know, making sure that people are not speeding, et cetera, et cetera. That's a reasonable price. Radar speed display signs is very good in terms of public relations.
Right, absolutely.
And taser conducted energy devices, I don't know. Well, it's up to you guys, but I think that having some might be beneficial in terms of training, et cetera. We've had, you know, we've talked about this. I know you were talking, is 8 the number or is 4 the number? I don't know.
Just expressing one person's opinion, if that fell off the list, I wouldn't be heartbroken.
I continue to think that 8 is a lot. It just still strikes me as a lot. I don't know that I necessarily want to drop it completely off the list, but 8 just seems like a lot to me. So I would.
How about if we go
I'd
back
be
to the
amenable to
chief?
this number coming down some, but
Why don't we ask the chief what is the minimum he can work with? And then we can make that
Okay.
decision if we agree with him or not.
okay.
We could say that there's some concern that 8 might be too much, and we're also getting tight here in the budget.
Yep.
I got the impression that he was thinking 8 was his minimum from his presentation.
But we'll ask him.
Let's see.
Well, last is the court's request for a public portal parking application. He explained it to you. You can go online if you're at a certain location and determine what the parking regulations are, you know, kind of live. So,
Yeah, I don't think that I would do this.
The last one.
I felt that way last year, personally. I think that if we were rolling, you know, if we had a lot of spare cash or something, that would be a great toy to have, thing to have. I just don't know how people will get word that it's out there. Somebody visiting our town for the first time, they may not know that.
I'm less concerned about that than I am about just the fact that things are extremely tight, you know, given the discussions we've had on other things. And so while I also think this is a, you know, cool and useful thing to have, I'd be hard pressed to justify it with all the other things we're considering.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, did we do capital? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, right just off the top of just on quick numbers.
Yeah.
It's 150. If we cut out the pool parking lot, let's say down to 100, and you save that, that's 350. And then the window replacement, I mean, it's pretty close to cutting out 500,000.
What did I say?
We got to get to 296.
Yeah.
So we got to cut about 500,000 out of that.
That's why we'll look at what we have, if there's some spare money in capital that for other projects that were completed and we can transfer, I'm not sure, but we'll get you recommendations that fit that amount. And then you can talk
And
them
we'll look
over
at
from
open
there.
space, too.
Right,
This-
right.
Right, if we can shift some of those to open space, that would help. Okay?
Thank you.
All right. We're now going to have the Community Coalition on Race.
You want us up here?
Yes, please.
How many are you? Yes, just that mic. Yes.
Thank you.
So what we're asking for is if you give us some highlights from 2014 and some goals for 2015, and then we'll see if anyone has any questions.
Okay, great, thank you. Hi, I'm Nancy Gagne, Executive Director of the South Orange Maplewood Community Coalition on Race, and I'm going to provide you with what you just asked for, Mayor DeLuca, but first I want to introduce our new chair, Leila Gonzalez-Sullivan. Fred Profeta is here with us today as well. He has been the chair for the past 2 years and is passing the hat on to Leila, so I'm just going to let her introduce herself.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for giving us the time this afternoon. I did write to each one of you individually, so I gave you a few of my checkered past, and am hoping that I'll have an opportunity to talk with each of you individually. One of the things that I wanted to emphasize today before Nancy gets down to the details is that I've worked a lot with leadership training and organizational development and so forth, and one of the approaches that we take is called appreciative inquiry, meaning that instead of looking at all the things that might be not working, you actually look at what is working and try to capitalize on that, build on it to grow the organization and expand what it's doing. I'm hoping that we're going to be taking that type of an approach. We have an energetic new group of board members, and they've got lots of ideas, so we've got some serious thinking to do. And my hope is that as I meet with each of you, you can also point out what you think has been working and how we can continue to grow an organization that you've provided support for since the very beginning. We have provided you with a scope of work document, and I went back over it myself this morning and really was quite blown away by how much we get done for very little money. I've been very fortunate in the last 4 years to be part of some of these activities that I missed in my earlier years while I was still working. So I recommend that scope of work and our request, and either Nancy or I would be very happy to answer any questions you might have.
All right, I'm going to go right to the 2014 overview and echo what Leila said about the scope of work for 2015. I was just putting together our annual report for 2014, and I have to say each year I'm always amazed that we do as much as we do, and we have a trifold annual report that I try to squeeze something about each of our activities into, and this year I'm really running out of room. I'm not sure how I'm going to report in the given amount of space we have on everything that happened in 2014. So of course we started the year with our MLK celebration and observance and our volunteer fair. It was in 2014 very well attended at over 600 people at Congregation Oheb Shalom. We started our first year of our Luminaria project, which we hope to grow and engage both towns in lighting up Peace Luminaria on the front steps and walkways of homes throughout the communities. We did manage to grow it quite a bit this year with a lot more volunteers. Last year we had maybe 125, 150 homes lit up. This year, well over 350. So we're excited about that. Last year we had, through our grant through Essex County Local Arts Programming, our children's theater that we held at SOPAC for over 250 children and families, and the Story Door project, which was an ongoing, beginning in the early part of the year and through June, Story Door display in which people, it was an art project, it was on display at the Woodland and at the two art venues in Maplewood, South Orange. We also ran 2 civic engagement institutes. Layla is a big part of that, one in the spring, one in the fall. Those are 4 3-hour Saturday morning sessions for people interested in becoming volunteers. They get a lot of skills-based training that they can also bring to their workplace, and they are required to do 6 months of volunteering locally. And I think this year we had about 12 to 14 people going through. We're building it, and we hope to have more people. Our goal this year is to host just 1 set of sessions, so 1 set of 4 sessions, and have more people in the room at one time, rather than, it takes a lot of work. So it's a lot of time for people to give up. The trainers come every Saturday morning for 4 weeks running for 3 hours. So we're hoping to collapse that into 1 session. We held 2 cultural competency and cultural dynamics exploration workshops last year, one specifically geared toward teachers with a trainer who was brought in from American Conference on Diversity. She did a workshop just for the culturally competent classroom, and then we held one for community members. That we continued some of that conversation, and we brought back somebody from American Conference on Diversity for our conversations on race later that spring. So the other workshops were in March, Conversations on Race was in May. The focus there was on implicit bias, held at Temple Shari Tefillah, Israel. Probably 100 people in the room that night. It was very well attended, great conversation. As always, people walk away asking for more, and we try to provide it. So we had the head of American Conference on Diversity run that for us last year. We also found a model for a diversity hiring fair used by a private school in northern New Jersey that we recommended to the school district. They came to it a little bit late, but managed to get it up and running in June. They had over 70 applicants, so these were minority applicants come specifically to our district. Unfortunately, we heard that a lot of the hires had been made already, but there were open slots for both administrators and teachers, and as a result of that fair, the school district hired 4 minority candidates, and they plan on continuing this practice, so we're really excited to have brought it to them, partnered with them on that, and we will be looking to see that they follow through with that in 2015 as well. Also in the spring, we held our Cultural Heritage Festival. That was the first one in Maplewood Memorial Park. We had about 1,500 people, we think. We didn't have a perfect way of doing a head count, but at any given moment, we had about 500 people in the field. So throughout the 5 hours of the day, we estimate at least 1,500 people were there. It was a great event. People were really excited about it, excited to see it grow for this year. We will be holding it again in Maplewood. We thought to switch back and forth between the 2 towns, and eventually we will do that, but because Green Day will be on its off year this year, we will take advantage of that and host it again in Maplewood, and then move to South Orange for the following year. Last year we had a grant from the New Jersey Council on the Humanities, and we partnered with the library to do a film screening. This year we reversed roles. The library got the grant, they asked us to be the partner, and we did have another screening and discussion, a great event, and we're happy to say that, sometimes we're worried, are we getting the same people coming out to these things? And this is why we try to do discussion events in different formats, and it does attract a different crowd depending on whether it's a book, a film, a speaker, strictly discussion, strictly learning. So we definitely had different people coming out to the screening and discussion, and it was a very lively discussion, people definitely asking for more. This is an ongoing project with NJCH, and we have the opportunity to work with them for at least 2 more years on the film screening, so we'll be looking into that. Also in the fall, we held 2 Towns, 1 Book with author David Trout. Some of you are familiar with him and his book. That was also a great discussion. We felt it was a little underattended at about 50 people. We'd like to engage more people in the discussion. I've talked to people who have read the book. after the event, and they said, come to me with the book and say, why aren't more people reading this and aware of it? We need to bring them back, and hopefully we will in some other format. We did the launch of the home loan program. We have had many inquiries, but no completed applications. And in 2015, we'll be working on changing that. We want to make sure that the process isn't too onerous for people. If it is, we will offer workshops and help people fill out the applications, and we want to make sure we're reaching the right people. We held our annual preschool open house, also very well attended, and it draws people from outside the community who are considering moving here as a way to be introduced to, well, what's the high school like? What opportunities for schooling are available? Our fundraising went very well this year with our annual dinner. We had a wine party. We did our community appeals. We participated in 2 outside conferences, one at the Center on Law and Metropolitan Equity at Rutgers. We were able to bring information about our towns as examples of communities that work on intentional integration to other leaders throughout New Jersey. It was pretty New Jersey focused. I also attended a conference at the Milano School called Root Causes of Ferguson. It had an opportunity to meet people from across the country who are working on these issues in the aftermath of Ferguson and the event in Staten Island as well, and made some good connections there. We also hosted our Realtors Coffee and Conversation, promoting the Jitney Tours and other Realtor collaborations, and marketing went pretty well for us this year. Our goal is always to have one regional or national placement if we can get it, and this year we had the USA Today. We had some attention in the real estate section for both towns in the New York Times, but the USA Today cover story on diverse suburbs was really the big news for us this year. To be interviewed for that was really exciting, and to get the word out about what our organization does in terms of intentional integration and for Maplewood and South Orange. And I think that's it in terms of 2014. You have our proposal for 2015. Things all, it stays pretty much the same, but there are always things that get added. We don't have something specific that's happening in terms of a community event in the fall. We know it will be something like what we did with David Trout in 2014. Something new that we're working on that is not in this proposal is I have met with some of the local clergy to bring back to life Clergy Council and to strengthen our Interfaith Outreach Committee. They are very interested in hosting a, for lack of better expression, post-Ferguson, post-Staten Island community discussion, something that speaks to the concerns of a suburban community and speak to community members' interests in being part of that larger national conversation. So that will probably, something will happen probably in the next 2 months as we meet further and work on that. So that's not on the proposal, but that is something when we first met, we explained it's not in our budget this year, but we will be happy to partner with Clergy Council, and they asked if I would work on making sure that that happened, and we're happy to do that. So I will open it up to questions.
Anyone have any questions? Ms. Leventhal?
I'd like to ask, I see that this is a draft budget, and...
yeah, although we passed our budget in December, and
Okay.
I don't think anything changed since you first got it. It should be the same.
Well, first I want to say the work that you do in our 2 communities and have been doing for many years is, it helps make our Maplewood and South Orange community what it is, and it's just wonderful.
Thank you.
In the budget, though, I would like to see the actual expenses for 2014. So a column that would include that. Also, in goal number 14 under fundraising, you're looking to raise $90,000 I don't, where, how do I find that in the budget?
So on the income side, on the first page, we have the amount we expect to raise in the fall fundraisers, in a spring fundraiser. So those are events, 34,000. And then
I'm sorry, community donations, grants, you did say that
right,
in the...
exactly. So all of those things add up to be about $90,000.
Actually, it's 81,000.
You know what?
Oh,
When
34 and 47, yeah.
I'm looking at that and thinking, and I think I did say somewhere that we expected to raise 90,000. We must have lowered that after we wrote the proposal, so it is less than what we said at the bottom of the proposal.
So you're on track with last year.
Yeah.
And is it safe to assume that South Orange is providing 18,000?
We are discussing that with them like we're discussing it with you now. We didn't have trouble getting the money from South Orange last year, so same group of people, we expect the same.
Is that the number, though, that you're...
That's the number that we proposed to them.
That cash or in kind?
No, that's cash.
Any comments, questions?
Just one comment. The Civic Engagement Institute is an endeavor that I'm particularly pleased to see the coalition is actually undertaking, because one of the things that I've spoken about in terms of making sure that our communities are truly integrated also involves the participation of the public in the civic life of the community. And to see the coalition taking a leading role in actually having workshops to facilitate more of that, I think is a particularly good thing that the organization is doing. Obviously, like any number of other things, I lament that there aren't more taking advantage of the opportunity.
Yeah.
But I am pleased to hear that you're going to be doing what you can to try to, boost that even more. And as you know, I've tried to help out on that as well with my things I'm doing.
With regard to the Civic Engagement Institute, by the way, we want to thank Kathy because she has come to present the opportunities for volunteering in Maplewood. And actually what we found is that many of the trainees don't quite understand the government system. And so it's really been a teaching and learning situation for them. Same thing happens obviously with South Orange, where Walter Clark comes. But that, I think, has had an added advantage, not just in training the volunteers, but in getting them to understand the communities and the personalities that are serving them in those communities. So we're really pleased with that.
Yeah, and I would just add that we find that some of the volunteers have developed their first comfort level with us, so the goal is not to get volunteers for the coalition, but they often start out by, for instance, this year they spent a lot of time helping us with the MLK Volunteer Fair and the Luminaria Project. It's a great first way for people to get involved. And to respond to your question about actual expenses for 2014, we do an annual financial review, not a full audit, but a financial review each year that unfortunately costs us a decent portion of our budget, but we feel that it's important to do it. And we should, if we haven't submitted that to you in the past, we should, so that you'll be able to see, I can give you financial reports for for January through December 2014, but they're not completely done until we've done our review with our accountants. And then you'd be able to see, expenses against projected budget. Okay.
Okay. All right, thank you very much.
you.
Next up is YouthNet.
Last item, right?
Last item.
Hello. Hello.
And their thing, right?
Okay, how are you?
Very well.
We've received your information, your narrative, your budget. So what we'd ask you to do is to spend a little time talking about your 2014 highlights and your 2015 proposals.
Can I pass out to
Sure.
you our updated
Yep.
year-end budget?
And maybe you could take the other microphone. Well, I don't know where Mr. Manning, but we
just
can't
move.
hear you unless you're in front of the microphone.
While she's doing that, I'll introduce us. I'm Dirk Olin. I'm the chairman of the board of YouthNet. Diane Malloy is our executive director. A number of our board members are back here. The way, folks. And
Dapper, sir.
well, yes, for unfortunate reasons, I'm sorry to say, but I want to thank the committee for its past support and what I hope will be its continued support. I'm going to leave the details to Diane, but in a nutshell, we made good progress in 2014, both in terms of fundraising and programming. We have exciting plans for 2015, some of which we're not prepared to go fully public with in the fundraising realm, but quite excited. And this is all in the service of our basic mission, which is to help every and all the youth in both towns to have a real shot at realizing their full potential, which means, frankly, lots of different things to lots of different people, which is why we provide the diversity of programming that we do and really try to keep our ear to the ground in terms of what parents and students and other youth are after. So with that, I will give you Diane Malloy.
So, good afternoon, and I'd like to thank you for your support that you've given YouthNet in the past. And we'd like to ask for the same level of support in 2015. Let me just go over briefly what that is. It's $15,000, and if you look at your service agreement, that would be $2,500 for the coordinator, $5,000 for the club costs, $5,000 to scholarships, and another $2,500 towards development and fundraising. So as you can see, we've had a busy year, and we'd like to, and have taken into account a lot of the township's recommendations for 2014. I've just passed out to you the YouthNet income pie chart and our final report, but before we get to that, I would like to briefly go over some of the highlights for 2014. We've completed the second direct mail campaign for fundraising to over 5,000 Maplewood and South Orange residents, and we continue to partner with the South Orange and Maplewood Board of Education for the PEP grant, which we have been awarded additional funding for. I wrote a special grant to PEP for $7,560, and we are now funding 2 year-long health and fitness wellness clubs at both Maplewood and South Orange Middle Schools. You may have seen at Maplewood Middle School, they're called the MMS Spartans. Maybe you've seen them running around the middle school and through the village. That's part of their fitness program. So I'm very pleased to be able to partner with PEP for additional money and to offer this to the children at both middle schools throughout the year. We have also produced a photo slideshow that is being marketed to potential donors along with the video that we produced, and it is on our new Facebook page, so I hope you'll go and watch it and then like us. We have also worked with SOPAC to develop a grant for arts education. We're hoping to run a series of programs at SOPAC at the Loft, and we did our first one in the series in November, where we had local talent, high school kids perform with professional talent, and it was very well attended and received, so we're hoping to go forward with that with additional grant funding. We've submitted a proposal for after-school initiatives to the Dollar Store and to Costco, and decisions will be made on those grants in the late spring. They're both for $10,000. We continue to create clubs. We've now created over 300 clubs. I just wanted to highlight one new relationship that we have. That's with the New Jersey Fencing Alliance. both at Maplewood Middle and South Orange Middle. We have the fencing instructor from the Alliance come to the middle school, full equipment, everything. The kids get to participate and try this. These are children that ordinarily would never be exposed to fencing. So it's been very well received, and we're offering it in the sessions in the fall, the winter, and the spring. We have continued our year-long initiative with the Board of Education. That's Model UN, Math Counts, and National History Day. And we've continued to transform the Legacy After School program, which is the extended enrichment program that runs until 6 o'clock. And at this point in time, we have over 1/3 of the total enrollment as scholarship students in that program. We have opened up our mentor internship program in 2014 to rising 8th graders. Those are those students coming into the 9th grade. We've had a lot of interest on that part from those students. It's created, we need to work on the training part of that for these kids. With the training piece that we have in place now for the mentor internship program really addresses the older high school kids, and these students have a whole other set of issues. So for 2015, that will be something we'll be working on. We have also established YouthNet as an organization that qualifies for the high school community service requirement. So the Youth Advisory Board students that participate can now receive credit from the high school for their participation in YouthNet. We have had our coffee houses, which have reached over 350 local youth. That's where they listen to music, dance, hang out, all in a safe environment. And we continue to receive support from the Maplewood Municipal Alliance from both towns in the amount of $5,000. So that's some of the things we did in 2014, but if you would take a look at your pie chart in our quest to be self-sufficient, I wanted to highlight those areas where we are now making progress. So in 2013, the grant portion, contributions in 2013 were 9% of the total percentage of YouthNet's total income, and in 2014, contributions are 19% as a percentage of YouthNet's total income. In the grants area, in 2013, it was 8%, and as a percent, it was 8% of YouthNet's total income. But in 2014, it's 14% of the percent of YouthNet's total income. So we are making progress in our efforts to be self-sufficient. We're not quite there yet. We are hoping you will continue to support us while we make those efforts. So where are we headed in 2015? Okay, so we plan not only to increase enrollment in our clubs, but also increase scholarship for the extended enrichment after-school program. We need to develop training for the incoming 9th graders, as I mentioned, who will participate in the mentor and internship program, and continue our fundraising efforts. We plan to host our first event for supporters at the Woodland on May 1st. We're looking forward to that event. We've never done a big fundraiser like that, so we're our board is gearing up for that. But perhaps the most important thing in 2015 for YouthNet will be its advocacy role. This is a time of transition in our district. We have new principals at Maplewood Middle School and at the high school, and we have new Board of Ed members and a new president of the Board of Ed and a new superintendent hopefully soon. Advocating for the whole child and the importance of after-school programming and their needs to be in the forefront. The development of a long-range plan to address the issues surrounding after-school needs, both academic and social, are paramount, not only for at-risk youth in our community, but for all youth in our community. And we believe that YouthNet is positioned to contribute and shape this discussion. So thank you for your past support, and we're hoping that it will continue. Are there any questions?
Mr. Ryan and Ms. Leventhal.
One of the concerns in previous presentations has been that the Township Committee wanted the organization to become more self-sufficient and concentrate more on fundraising and external grants. Outstanding. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Appreciate the inspiration, actually.
Yes.
Well, you know, when folks ask you to do something and you do it, I think it's appropriate to acknowledge it, and thank you.
I'd like to mention that Maplewood Loves Wellness is working with YouthNet to design a program where students would be able to understand shopping, good nutrition, fresh food, do some shopping themselves, and then make that shopping a donation to our food pantries, and to work the food pantries for a couple of hours. So
We're very excited about that. We're very excited about that opportunity. I've already told some of them about it, so I hope we can do it soon.
Anybody else? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we've finished all of our department head hearings. We have no questions from the internet. Any comments? No, nothing.
I don't believe that.
Any
I understand,
suggestions?
I understand there might be
Any
comments.
suggestions?
I gave them, that's yours.
There's a suggestion. Is there a culinary suggestion?
Yeah, I think there was a suggestion. Mr. Chair, would you accept the
No,
motion?
no, not yet. We have a public comment. Is there anyone who would like to address the Township Committee? Seeing no one, we'll close the public comment. Can we get a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, we'll be back, regular session on Tuesday, February 3rd. Thank you very much.
Thank you.